So, good afternoon here from the Queen's Park Oval in St. Michael. The round 3 encounter in the Barbados Cricket Association Elite Division brings together the home side Fusionz Boutique Spartan up against the visitors ESAF Pickwick. Tell you, we look forward to an exciting encounter as both of these teams are jostling for points in the table. And I can tell you the conditions are fantastic, excellent weather, outfield is quick, pitch looks in excellent conditions. I will go over now to the toss.
Good morning and welcome to round 3 of the BCA Elite Division. Today we are at the beautiful Queen's Park for a highly anticipated clash between ESAF Pickwick and Fusionz Boutique Spartan. Joining me is the captain of the Pickwick side, Rohan Ryan, the match referee, Mr. Errol Holder, and the captain of the Spartan side, Akeem Springer. I'll now ask Mr. Holder to hand over the coin. Call his windmill.
Oh. So you right.
So,
So what do you want to do? All right, you can bat first.
Spartan have won the toss and have elected to bat first. Mr. Springer, you've won the toss and elected to bat. What is the reasoning behind this decision today?
I believe it's a good wicket. Setting the total the first innings, being that cricket playing tomorrow, I can't prepare the pitch tomorrow, so I believe batting first on a good batting wicket is the way to go.
I thank you very much and all the best today. Now, Rohan Ryan, you lost the toss today. If you had won the toss, what would you have chosen to do?
Yeah, we would have batted first as well. Yeah, especially since cricket is playing tomorrow. Back-to-back days, I can't really prepare the wicket, so this morning probably be the better the wicket, so 2 days.
I thank you very first and I wish you all the best today.
Thanks.
You've heard it here. Spartan have won the toss and have elected to bat.
And there you have it, news from the toss. The Fusionz Boutique Spartan, the home side, winning the toss and elected to bat. Wayne Holder, he's very much alongside me. I'm Andy Payne. We'll be carrying the coverage here for this, the third series from the Queen's Park Oval. Good afternoon, Wayne.
Well, yes, it is. Basically, it's still morning. We're still a minute away from noon. So just about still morning. But very good morning and then eventually a very good afternoon to you, Andy. Of course, a very good afternoon to all our viewers here with us as we welcome each and every one to a blazing hot, bright, sunny Queen's Park. And no doubt the Spartan team electing to bat on winning the toss. I think it is really basically a no-brainer today, unless something was drastically wrong with the surface out in the middle. Dry, parched conditions. A pitch looks like a shirt front, and I'm sure that either captain would have gleefully accepted the news when that coin fell in their favor.
Yes, I dare to endeavor for you the teams for today's encounter. Fusionz Boutique Spartan, led by Akeem Springer. He having his ranks Tyrone Gibson, Mardon Ben, Achilles Brown, Andre Marshall, Akil Greenwich, Jaden Norville, Kevin Newton, Shim Holder, Stephon King, Neil Prasad, with the third 12th man being Joshua Drates. And if I can go over to the visitors, the ESAF Pickwick side, their team, led by none other than Rohan Ryan. He also had Craig Holder, Makai Simmons, Kyle Hope, Antonio Morris, the wicketkeeper, Shamar Ford, Preston Clark, Zonda Baptiste, Jakeem Ford, Rashid Edwin, and Rondre Yearwood, the 12th man being Jatario Prescott. 2 very evenly matched teams.
And also a middle of the table clash at this early stage of the competition. These two teams among a cluster of teams there on the 24-23 point range, sitting in the middle of the competition already. We've seen Gladiola step out front with Wildy in hot pursuit, Empire in hot pursuit, and Wildy. And then we've got this cluster in the middle brought up by the two at the bottom, the BCA Youth and Windward, I think. So yes, fairly evenly matched coming in to this series, and it will be interesting to see who is able to break free. Both teams have suffered a defeat and recorded a victory so far. First ball.
So, the first ball to be ball here. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper, passing Atkins Springer. Good carry from the young opening bowler.
Yes, it's good. Ball that looks like Bell. Has 2 slips and a gully in place, so it'll be interesting to see. 2 slips of gully, backward point, cover and mid off. The fielder now being brought over onto the onside at a very short mid-wicket position, short mid-on.
So that's the first runs, man. That one is worked down to fine leg. And it's gone through the man at fine leg. Naughty piece of feeling there. Ball played neatly off the hips and going through the man at fine leg. So I can tell you the Fusionz Boutique Spartan, they're off and running. The first boundary to Captain Springer.
He would probably need a little jolt, that man, that fine leg. Seemingly not fully awakened as yet. Ball traveling harmlessly almost down to fine leg. Did everything right, got himself in position, and then just allow the ball to trickle through. So 4 welcome runs to Spartan.
Just to bring you up to speed, the officials in the middle, Tremaine Prescott and Adrian Jones. Our match referee for this match is none other than Emerald Holder, a man who you know very well, Ian.
Well, yes, Emerald has been around for a long time. Good servant to the game for a number of years. Very experienced in his area of operation.
Yes. We continue to speak about the outfields here in Barbados. We had to walk around, and it's very parched out there in the middle. Some cracks throughout the outfield. So Barbados void of rain, and really almost something could be hazardous to some of the feeders. So we just hope that none of that happens in this game here at Queen's Park.
Well, yes, doesn't look too bad from our position here, but obviously when you go onto the actual field, you will see how treacherous the underfoot conditions are.
Yes. But I had no doubts, though. Any team winning the toss here today, I'm sure they would have been happy to elect to bat first. Proper conditions for batting. A little bit of breeze coming across from the southern side of the ground wind.
More than a little, actually. I think you can hear it in our effects mic, outside effects mic.
That's a good delivery, good carry through to the keeper. That's good bounce and carry. I'll tell you this, generally Queen's Park known more for the batting and the slower bowlers, but those first couple of deliveries have really carried through to keep it forward.
Well, yes, historically Spartan, the home of some of the better exponents of spin bowling in our local domestic competitions. But there's also some very well-known names as far as the fast bowling fraternity is concerned. Produced a few West Indies fast bowlers very well.
So it was another good delivery there from young Jakeem Ford. So that's over number 1 completed from the young fast bowler Jakeem Ford, bowling from that, the northern end. So at the end of the first over, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan winning the toss and elected to bat. They're 4 for no loss.
A decent beginning by the young right-arm medium fast bowler. Unfortunately for him, a boundary leaked. Nothing to do with none of his fault whatsoever to produce those 4 runs. But I think generally he'll be happy with finding fairly decent areas in his opening over.
Yes, like you said, an over of good bounce and carry with a hard new ball. You can see it carrying all the way through to the keeper. Had a good bounce, a good pace he seems to be exhibiting as well, is young Jakeem Ford. So be eager to see how he carries on throughout the course of this first spell.
I did talk about the point standings going into this match, and matching these two sides. We have a situation where Gladiola out front with 34 points, followed by Empire with 30. Then you have 3 teams each on a 24, Wildy, UWI, and YMPC. And then another 2, Pickwick and Spartan. These 2 teams are there on a 23 points apiece. Wanderers 22, and then toward the tournament, Windward and BCA Youth with 12 and 8 respectively.
Yeah, so hence why I said an evenly matched contest, and as you rightfully just said, both teams sharing the same amount of points in this encounter. Remember, excellent conditions here for cricket. Sun is out in its full blaze, wind, cloud coverage looking very, very good.
Very minimal.
Could see lots of blue sky.
Plenty. Just the occasional dot.
What's of interest here, though, Wayne, is that the ESAF Pickwick, they've opted to open the ball with Preston Clark, the young right-hand off spinner. So he'll be starting the attack from this to southern end. Wayne first delivery, just bowling a good delivery there. It's a Brown, Achilles Brown, the fellow opening batter.
Yes, this pair of Brown and Springer have done well for the Spartan side ever since the previous season, and both of them have at least got a decent score under their belt in the new season, so must be full of confidence, these two.
That's a young player, Achilles Brown. Second season here in Queen's Park. He's really catching his niche here, really. Young, excited player. Good all-round player as well.
Yes, this is a bit of an all-rounder. And very mixed bag you get from Brown. Sometimes he can show you his more expansive side, playing lots of shots, very robust, and then another time you can see him adapt into his shell and display a bit more technical flair.
Yeah, one who's known to play in the US on the Major League circuit. So he's been around, just trying to, like I said, really make a name here for himself in the Elite Division. Like you rightfully said, coming off a good score in the previous game. So he will want to continue that consistency.
Oh, yes. Interesting, the off spinner with two slips in place. Heavily stacked offside field, so that suggests to me, Andy, that he's not looking to impart a great deal of spin, looking for to get that ball spinning back in. Still a very new ball, and one would expect that, looking to depend more on the drift away from the right-handed batters as the opening pair are.
Yes, rightfully says. So the second over has come to an end. Still on 4 for no loss. The Fusion Boutique Spartan starting with a maiden over. Preston Clark, the right-hand off spinner, like he said, not looking to impart lots of spin, more trying to utilize a newer, harder ball, try to take the ball away from the right-handed batter. But a very steadied over from Clark.
You know, there has been some debate among some of the pundits, particularly. There's one of our contemporaries, and I won't call his name, who has continuously put forward a particular argument. Ford is outside the off stump, but yes, one of the former scorers, well, former for Spartan, still very much a scorer statistician. He's always made the point that with the breeze generally blowing from east to west in Queen's Park, and traditionally in the old days, that great pair, Holford and Howard, they operated from Holford from the southern end, which will be assisted to get that ball pushing the ball away, that wind pushing the ball away from the right-handed batters. Runs in the dark here. All this sunlight pitched up, and Springer getting it off the inside edge. Well, luckily for him, the ball traveling between himself and the stumps, down behind the keeper for a boundary. So another fortuitous boundary for Springer. Again, the unlucky bowler Ford.
Yeah, just coming off the inner portion of the bat and carrying past that fine leg position where the fielder, he was a bit wider now, and then he just asking him to come back fine on this occasion. But again, Jakeem Ford just trying to work up his pace, and I think he's rushing Springer a little bit. Springer not really come to grips with the pace of Ford as yet.
hard into the ground, no run. So yes, Tony Howard, the other member of that pair, that famous Spartan pair of spinners, normally operated from that northern end, where he's again, the argument was that the drift into the right-handed batter would have assisted him, and there's this continuous argument put up by this particular person.
I'm sure you're speaking of none other than Harold Eastman.
Well, he invited that shot there, young Ford. He continued. The previous delivery was short, and the Springer hit it hard into the ground, mistimed it up to extra cover. But this time, a favorite shot of Hakeem Springer, and feeding Springer with another short delivery. This time, a bit wider, and the Springer managing to get on top of it and slash it away in front of point for a boundary.
Yeah, gotten on top of the bounce on this occasion was Hakeem Sprayer. Like you said, again, short outside the offset, offering whiff as well. And Sprayer, one who's known to play those type of shots on the back foot, got into a lovely position and played that one in front square to pick up yet another boundary, his third boundary, and taking the Fusionz Boutique Spartan up to 12.
Taking a look at this part, at this Pickwick side though, Andy, we see a very, very heavy, very heavy bias to spin. And Ford, the only bowler that any semblance of pace in the attack. You've got the likes of Clark, we've seen open the bowling from the south. There's Andre Baptiste off spin. Antonio Morris bowls a bit of off spin. Shamar Rondre Yearwood, the left arm spinner, is also very much in the side. Brilliant take. Well done by keeper Ford.
Again, we continue to speak about the glove men in the game of recent, and another good, talented young wicket keeper here, Shamar Ford, and making a brilliant stop there, as that one seems to come off the tight pad and going down to the leg side. So an over comes in, and over number 3 is completed. Fusionz Boutique Spartan, 12 for no loss.
Well, Spartan continuing to do very well. 3 boundaries to Hakeem Springer. And Pickwick still searching for any success. No alarms as such. No. Except for that inside edge down to fine leg. The batsmen have generally been in control.
Like you said, it looks a good pitch. It looks a very good surface for batting. As you saw Preston Clark, he's going to continue.
Immaculately onto the front foot is Achilles Brown. Good looking player he is.
Yeah, this is one of those pitches you want to get yourself in, Wayne. You want to carry on for a big score. Don't get much better than this.
Brings back memories. Queen's Park has onto the front foot again. I recall coming to Queen's Park to play a game against Spartan in the then first division, which obviously was now being replaced by the Elite Division. And Brown gets off the mark as Clark, guilty of getting this one a bit too straight, with only 2 men in the onside, and getting it on the legs this time, and easily picked off by Brown. So we've had some rotation in the strike for the very first time, and Springer facing up from that southern end. So yes, I remember coming to the Queen's Park, walking out to the middle and inspecting the pitch ahead of the start of play, and hearing some footsteps behind me, and I looked back, it was Nolan Clark, who had come out to the middle, and he whistled when he saw the surface, when he saw the track, bone hard, not a blade of grass, and his comment to me was, "Holy," as the Pickwick players are celebrating. The ball looked harmlessly tucked up towards the fielder at short mid-on, and the bowler and the fielder are high-fiving and celebrating. No reaction whatsoever from the batter nor the umpire. But an appeal apparently has been made, and the umpires have joined come together to discuss it. Jones, the standing umpire, returns to his position behind the stumps at the non-striker's end, and
Rule not out.
nothing affected. As you said, Andy, ruling not out. But it looked very harmless, just a gentle tuck off the stumps into the into the turf. It appeared from here as into the turf, but the Pickwick players would have seen something, or whether it was an illusion or not, they would have seen something to encourage them to go for the appeal. It wasn't anything vociferous, that appeal, very quiet inquiry, but very insistent also.
Yeah, it was more of an inquiry. I thought it was more of a test to the standing umpire, Adrian Jones. I mean, he just went over to his colleague, Tremaine Prescott, who was also very assured that that ball was played into the surface before it went up to the feeder station there at Sharpness wicket. So just some more inquiry, like you rightfully said, but just more of a test to umpire Adrian Jones.
Decision not exactly contested either. Having a look at the Spartan side, I'm looking to see what the attack is looking like, the bowling. We've got Marshall and Prasad. So they got the three spinners also, Marshall, the Prasad, and Shem Holder, the Barbados off spinner, along with the pace of Stefan King.
Kevion Newton bowls a bit of...
Kevion Newton,
yeah.
a bit of stiff medium pace.
That would be the bulk of the bowling, really.
Yeah,
and Achilles Brown. He also
he
does
bowls a bit of slow medium stuff. Yeah, so he can offer a few overs. So here we are. Still rather quiet beginning.
As you would imagine, just trying to get themselves in when they won a 3-day encounter. Said teams jostling for points in that middle period, both of these teams in the middle.
Just to finish off that incident with the Nolan Clark incident, and Nolan came out and he knocked the pitch, and he turned and he says, well, Holly, this is a surface to make a statement. You make a statement when, as a batsman. Remember, those were the days before the covering of pitches. And he made the point, this is when things are in the batsman's favor. You have to make a statement here today. And I can also tell you that at the close of play, Nolan Clark, the Spartan, having won the toss and batted, was 100 not out at the close of play. So he did make a statement.
Yeah, and similarly, these conditions here are set for that kind of big score. Like I said, a good pitch. The outfield is very fast, very parched. I know this is how you can get yourself in here. Say, look at the opposition bowling, just the one main fast bowler in forward, and it's just a matter of batting time, really, and get yourselves in and carrying on.
Deliberately opening the face, picking up a boundary, Brown.
Yeah, just to speak of the true nature of this pitch, when you saw the batter just getting on the front foot, opening out the face and leading that one past backward point and all the way up to the boundary. You saw how quick that one carried over the rope. Just coming on the front foot and opening the face, but he trusted the bounce on that occasion, and it seems to be just a really, really true batting pitch.
But yes, that's the kind of player that Achilles Brown is. Very efficient. Lots of finesse about his, nice fine touches about his style of play. Not a bad delivery in any way by 4. He's already gone for some 4 boundaries. The slimly built right arm medium fast bowler. One who has come through the local system at the age group level through the foundation school, I believe.
Again, just to tell the viewers again, this one goes in collaboration with the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery. So if you can follow us live on the BCA website, you can share the word around, or on YouTube, Bell Imagery. You can pick up the feature game here at Queen's Park. A delivery just worked through the onside, bit of a misfield there. Looks like Holder on that one. Like I said, we once it beats this fielder in the infield, there's no stopping that one, racing all the way down towards the Harrison College and into the boundary for yet another boundary.
Well, there he goes again, overcompensating somewhat, getting it into that middle and leg area, and Brown, without a lot of fuss, without a lot of force, just timing that one very well and getting it wide of that man in at a very short, straightish mid-on position. Any position that Craig Holder feels in, though, you can always associate the word short. Very diminutive person. Craig Holder spent many years as the custodian, the wicket keeper for Pickwick, and as a wicket keeper generally, one notices he's freed himself up, given way to young Shamar Ford. Now he's also been one who trundles some slow stuff. So
Again,
Brown is repeating the shot from earlier in the over. Economy of motion onto the front foot, watching the ball onto the face of the bat, opening the face of the bat at the last moment, guiding it between the slip and the gully, and as we've said consistently, the ball running quickly across this dry outfield for yet another boundary.
yeah, just to emphasize when the pace of the outfield, they're now up to some 26 runs. I can tell you of that 26 is 6 fours included in that win, and again attributing to the pace of the outfield. Once the ball gets past the inner field, it just runs quickly to the boundary. So 6 fours in this 26 run stand.
Well, all 6 boundaries of the bowling of Jakeem Ford. Who comes back with a strong finish to the over, getting that one right up into the toes of Achilles Brown. He can do no more than come down hard on it, out to Holder at mid-on, and the over completed for Ford. 25 coming off his 3 overs so far.
Yeah, it's proven to be a bit costly, but like you said, he's just bowling the balls and does channels outside the off stump, and Achilles Brown being equal to the task really, and just opening up the face at the bat. And once he beats that infield, he's picking up boundaries in that area. Like Rev said, been overcompensating on one occasion, being too straight, and you saw him just working that ball past the mid-wicket fielder and all the way to the boundary. So a good all-round player, Achilles Brown, picking up boundaries on both sides of the wicket and looking at excellent control so far.
Well, a man introduced likely a change of attack here from Clark. He's brought a couple of players over from the off into the on side, including a man under the helmet at forward short leg. There's also a short mid-on, conventional mid-on, a bit deep, and then a man at deep mid-wicket. So he's added 2 players to his offside field as this delivery is stroked into the cover. So interesting move by Clark, Andy. Seemingly definitely a change of plan. Expect him to be probably bowling a lot straighter. As a matter of fact, that's a wayward one though. Gift to Springer, and he just helps himself to a boundary out behind square. That one angling down the leg side, and Springer just hanging back in his crease and going with the flow.
Yes, we had a good shot there by Sprayer. Like you said, he's a very experienced player now at this level, Akeem Sprayer. And a short delivery, really, like you said, into the batter and helping that one past the vacant square leg position and into the boundary for yet another 4. But interested to say that you've spoken about the field placing and probably the bowling tactic. And you see him trying to get a bit too close to the batter. I think with this newer ball, he probably should have concentrated again on just trying to get that ball on or about the off stump, allowing it to continue to drift away from the right-handed batter and see if he could induce an edge.
Well, that ball has got to be retrieved. You know, in calling the Pickwick team, especially the bowling lineup, I inadvertently neglected to mention Rashid Edwin, another one of those off spinners. So hence, I stressed on that word, heavy bias on spin coming into this Queen's Park facility, and the Pickwick side banking on their slower bowlers to get through this fairly powerful Spartan lineup.
Edwin and probably Rondred Yearwood, they would probably be entrusted to do the bulk of the bowling for this the ESAF Pickwick side. Two of the more experienced bowlers in this lineup. Like I said, Zander Baptiste, a young player just coming over from the Barbados youth. And he too, with his all spinners, he'd be expected to bowl quite some spells if the Spartan team is to carry on for a big total.
Well, quite muted appeal coming from the Pickwick fielders. So definitely no imparting of revs on the ball here from Clark. Just looking basically to drift, and are probably looking to execute some subtle changes of pace with the slower right arm stuff. So again, he's straying onto the legs and will pay with a couple down to backward square. So Springer batting easily. Both Springer and Brown batting rather easily, and the runs just being accumulated as we go to 30 without loss.
Yes, 30 without loss at the completion of that over as well. Wayne Holder.
Suspected maybe a bit more.
Yeah, 32.
Couple of deliveries.
I think you make it 30.
Not yet recorded. But yes, because at 5.5 there were a couple off the last delivery.
So 32 Wayne is the score at the end of 6 overs. So 6 overs completed, and it's 32 for no loss. But I can tell you, Wayne, the tactics of the team, like you said, runs scoring on that the leg side, 6 of them in that previous over, coming off of Preston Clark. So him started on the offside where he started a good tight spell where there were no runs coming. So I thought he should have continued in that vein. I'm sure this Pickwick side, coached by Andrew Jamin Intich, a former off spinner in his own right. Well, you just need to look at the acquisition of runs, how you want to keep the batters scoring on one side, where you want to be as economical as possible and don't go chasing.
Ford continues. Immaculately driven by Achilles Brown.
Tell you what, man, that is a fantastic shot, just coming on the front foot, and SCN an excellent drive through the cover area. Like I said, once it beats any fielder on the infield here, it runs all the way up to the boundary, but getting himself in a fantastic position on Wayne, and SCN an excellent cover drive. That is a fantastic shot.
Call it a sumptuous shot on a Saturday afternoon, even more sumptuous than you're putting in so, Sandy.
It's glorious.
Well played though. Overpitched by young Ford. He has suffered at the swords of these respective batsmen. Of late, more Achilles Brown, who has now recorded his 4th boundary. So the boundary is beginning to rack up for the young right arm pacer. The rest of the Spartan lineup Teron Gibson, another one of these young proficient glove men who has been doing some good work with the bat. Mardon Ben,
Prolific.
very, very prolific, long-standing in the Spartan team, heavy scorer. And we see slight interruption here because Achilles Brown has come off the field and come into the pavilion. Did indicate, if his body language is anything to go by, some discomfort in the stomach area. One can only hazard a guess as to why he would have come off the ground, but we have a slight interruption. Fusionz Boutique Spartan winning the toss and opting to bat first have done very well, have comfortably moved on to 36 without loss. Brown 17 at a runner ball and Springer on 18. And generally the bowling for the Pickwick side has looked, for lack of a better word, rather pedestrian in the conditions, with Ford conceding some 29 runs from only 3 overs and the 1 ball. Clark has been a bit more economical, but much more economical. 3 overs for 7 runs with the only maiden of the innings, but it looks like it's looking like a struggle here for the bowling side. The conditions very, very heavily leaning in the favor of the batting side here today, and Spartan looking to capitalize on a good toss. Andy, your memories before we go there, though? We are going to go with out of his approach.
Yes, Wayne, and Stefan Griffith, like you said, bowled with some very good pace in the previous game. So I'm just bowling a quick delivery through to Wiggins. Wiggins went into the pull shot and looks like he was struck on the forearm. But Stefan Griffith, he looks very much that part of a fast bowler. Wayne loves the energy that he runs into the wicket with, and he's really bowled some very good short deliveries in the previous game. And here he is picking up an early scalp. He's got 1 wicket for 3 runs, and he's into his 4th over.
So runs have been hard to come by, definitely. Man, they call Vaughan in action.
So it looks like he's picked up a 2nd wicket here, Wayne. So the celebration is going around the field. It looks like Wiggins, he's making his way back into the pavilion. So the pace of Stefan Griffith seems to continue. So young man into a good start to this elite season, picking up some 8 wickets in that previous game. And here it seems that he's got a 2nd wicket at the Brayton ground. So his tally continues. So this is good for the young fast bowler, like you said, from Rice's in St. Philip.
Well, yeah, rough beginning for the youngsters, though. At 13 for the loss of 2 in only the 7th over. Both wickets falling to Griffith. He's earlier picked up the Isaiah Goodman to a catch by Akeem McCullin for no score. And DeMarco Wiggins just going, caught by Jaden Hoyt for 1. Shilon Wood, they're coming at number 3, is not out on 9. And the wickets falling at 1 and 13.
Yeah, so we're back here at Queen's Park, and there is still no player present, as just seeing the match referee making his way into the middle to have a word with the umpires. But yeah, you saw young Achilles Brown had to make his way back into the pavilion. Like you said, it looks like something to do with the stomach, as he was indicated on his way in. Captain Akeem Springer is very much there coming into the middle as well. So it'll be interested to figure out what's happening there, man. But like I said, presently no play carrying on.
But it's interesting, as I said, an extended delay, and maybe there's a case here for the batter to be retired, not out, and a new player coming in to really get to proceed, get the game moving, because this is somewhat unusual to see such a long delay in play where one of the batsmen have had to leave the field. It's not a matter of an injury on the field of play, but the batsman having to leave the field. We saw some discussion going on there between the umpires and match referee holder, and resulting in, it seems like, a new batter now finally coming to the middle in the person of Akil Greenwich. But that was quite unusual to see the play held up for as long as it had been for a batsman returning to the pavilion, leaving the field of play. And I thought that the umpires were a bit tardy in really ensuring that we kept the game moving. And I think it took the intervention of the match referee to get some action. So finally, it will be Greenwich, Akil Greenwich, coming at number 3 with Achilles Brown retired, not out. I don't know if you can call it retired hurt, retired ill.
Yeah, but what a shame though, man. The young man was just beginning to play some fantastic shots, and he was really looking like he was getting all set for a base score. And he saw that previous delivery where he played that fantastic cover drive in to the boundary for 4, and then he had to make his way into the pavilion. So, like you rightly said, Akil Greenwich, the new batter, he'll be making his way in the middle.
So we've gone from Achilles to Akil, and hopefully Achilles will recover, feeling a lot better, and have the opportunity to resume his innings. So still no wicket down, but a new batter in the middle as the Pickwick team now, hopefully that offers them some hope. A new player coming to the wicket. The new player is inevitably always vulnerable, those first couple of deliveries. So he gets himself attuned with the conditions, with the bowling. And this nice lovely breeze continues. Ford is full on the legs. And a turn down to a man there at deep backward square. So there's some 2 fielders behind square on the onside. I think looking for that Yorker with the new batter coming to the wicket. Looking for that Yorker, getting it wrong on the pads. And Springer Greenwich easily getting his innings going. Brings his captain, Springer, back on strike. Akil Greenwich, some cricketing pedigree. Some would say renowned cricketing pedigree. Driven, drilled through the covers. Again, Ford is guilty of overpitching. And onto that front leg, onto that front foot, getting the leg closer to the line of the delivery. Well played, well executed cover drive. High back lift from Akeem Springer. He really climbed into that and he enjoyed playing that shot.
Yeah, the boundaries continue to flow here, man. Like you said, an over-pitched delivery on the outside the off stump, and Akeem Springer, the captain, he was not going to miss out on that one, man. Like you said, he climbed into that one and hit it through the covers very hard, and all the way up to the boundary for yet another bound 4.
Smarting from that last delivery, 4 returns, and this one is driven, but you can hear that with the echo of the bat, definitely not timing that one. Looking for a similar shot there Springer not quite to the pitch. The ball coming off the bottom edge must have stung the hands of the batter. No, when it doesn't hit that sweet spot in the middle.
Yeah, just timing a bit off, but I tell you what, it seems like it was very much in the slot again.
Short, dispatched to the mid wicket for 4. Having all the time in the world, pulling his length back this time forward and getting it up towards the hip of Springer and almost balancing on the back foot, something looking pirouetting on that back leg like a ballet dancer. One remembers that famous whip shot from the great Cuthbert Gordon, Greenwich. Something like, not the exact same thing, but out to effectively, it brought up another boundary, yet another boundary.
Yeah, you spoke about the man, great man, Gordon Greenwich celebrated his birthday yesterday, man.
75.
75 yesterday.
Continue to bat very well. One hopes that he's able to continue to rack up that big score.
Shot.
I was about to say good work by Holder. He did all the hard work. He scuttled around to his right, got down to the ball, unable though to keep it in front of him, and the ball bursting through and down to the boundary. So 4 more at the end of another 4th over. 42 runs conceded, from 4 overs, and all the boundaries have been struck off his bowling.
Well, just one boundary came off the bowling of Preston Clark. Yeah, but like you said, quite a number of boundaries being struck off his bowling, the young fast bowler Ford. So he be probably taking a look at the attack at some point soon. But again, Springer looks in very good touch. Had a stint in Australia win a bit earlier and is coming back home to his Spartan side where he continues to lead them. Remember, Spartan newly promoted recently into the Elite Division, where many would say they rightfully belong, just losing demotion in 2024 and having a fantastic 2025 season.
Just spending the 1 year out of the top league. No, it hurt a lot of people associated with this club. A couple of Spartan supporters tell me they never thought they'd live to see the day that Spartan would not be playing at the highest local level. But such is life. This game called cricket.
A club with such a rich tradition, history. Like I said, many felt that there shouldn't be in that Division 1 league. They should be at the top flight for all reasons. But as I said, they went and they won the lead easily as the 50 comes up here.
Yes, that's the 50 up.
50 for no loss, and we're only in over number 8.
So Clark, the off spinner, continues. This time he's got some protection in that area behind square. Fielder not quite on the 45, but a little finer than backward square. It was one would have thought that the off spinner, the right arm bowler from this end, might have been looking to use this strong breeze, to get some drift, challenge the outside edge of the right hander. Struck on the pad, appealed. Umpire vigorously shakes his head in the negative. The umpire, Adrian Jones, standing at the south. At the north is Tremaine Prescott. Both these umpires, Andy, would have had their times on the other side of the stumps, playing in the Division 1 and then Elite Division. Prescott for the now defunct Banks, as this one is hit hard, wide of mid-off. Overpitched once again, and Akeem Springer has been pouncing on anything overpitched, anything too short, punishing the bowling of Clark. The final delivery of that over. Boundaries continues to flow here at Queen's Park.
Tell you, like I said, a lovely batting surface out there, man. Like see, any delivery just offline, just getting the punishment. That's how good this surface is for batting. And this man, Akeem Springer, continues to show the prolificness of his batting skills in this division. He's been very much the linchpin of the batting for this Fusionz Boutique Spartan alongside Mardon Ben for some years now. And this pair, they really have been scoring the bulk of the scoring for the Spartan side. So he looks very set in 34 from 30 deliveries, and I'm sure he will want to carry on and bring up another big total for his team.
And the 12 boundaries in 54 from 8 overs for the Spartan side. And Akeem Springer, a player that I have kept an eye on and followed ever since his days with the Barbados Youth setup, combined schools come Barbados Youth setup in the local competitions, and has made a name for himself in this competition for years now. Never been able to really make that breakthrough to the next level. As this delivery from the new bowler introduced, Rondre Yearwood, bowling left arm slow. So that's the first bowling change implemented by the Pickwick side.
Yes, slow left arm off dots, on off the dots. He said a lot will be asked of him today, man, on this surface. And I say he'll be asked to do the bulk of the bowling, the young left arm spinner.
Well, bit of a moral victory or Pyrrhic victory there for Yearwood, getting that one to take the inside edge of Akil Greenwich's bat. Still a couple of runs collected down to a short fine. He's bowling with a slip and a forward short leg, the left arm spinner. And Greenwich allowed to go onto the back foot. He pulls down the length of this one, Yearwood. Yearwood, another one of these left arm offies who continues to make a name for himself, known for bowling some very long spells. Looking to keep the scoring in check here as he's giving some width though, and Greenwich is off the back foot.
Yes, a ball outside the off stump with good bunks again, and Akil Greenwich picking up his first boundary, like you said, getting into a good position, cutting that one past power point, and this outfield win continues to be quick. I can tell you the percentage of boundaries that have been scored so far in the innings, like you said, that's probably now the 10th boundary to come up for this Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. So just a high percentage of boundaries, and that's attributed as well as to the pace of this outfield. So a good start by the Spartan side, like I said, 54 for no loss, and this is very much after the end of over number 9.
Scorecard slightly behind. I think that last boundary might have taken it up to 58. So it's going to be Clark to continue, Preston Clark's. Haven't seen many singles in this innings. That one
Just 4.
Just 4 singles actually. That ball played up towards the, I think there was a 2 somewhere in there.
Yes, as well.
Scored mainly in boundaries. Again, Clark is quick to ask a question. Just excited about getting past the face of the bat. I think it hasn't been often that he's been able, any of the bowlers in fact, have been able to get past the middle of the Spartan batter's bat, particularly Akeem Springer. Clark continues to wheel away. There he was on the off stump. I think for the first time we saw a bit of uncertainty in the play of Akeem Springer, seemingly pushing away from his pad. Pitched up, and he's gone the aerial route. It's gone all the way back over the head of the bowler. So floating this one up was Clark, looking to tempt Springer with a much slower delivery, but getting it too close to the sturdily built right-hander.
Yeah, just an over-pitch delivery, like you said, probably the first delivery that he's offered some flight too, and well measured there by Akeem Springer, hitting it well over the side screen for his first maximum of the innings. So again, just capitalizing on what is such an excellent batting surface here. A new hard ball really coming onto the bat, and Springer really getting himself going here, setting himself up for what could be a big total here. I'm sure Coach Dave Marshall for the Spartan side, he wants one of his players to get a triple figure score. Heard him saying a bit earlier in the day, this is a surface where someone in the batting lineup needs to carry on to those 3 figures.
Well, yes, I think the Pickwick team very much know will have to come up with a plan of to how they're first of all going to stem this tide of rapid scoring, and at the same time look to create enough pressure that they may be able to force these batters into error and get in to the middle order of the Spartan times side. So far, Spartan has looked very, very comfortable, and I think that it would serve young Clark though better to really look to at least utilize this breeze, look to get some of that drift that is on offer, and concentrate on challenging the outside edge of the 2 right-handers' bats, I would want to suggest.
Well, I share that with you as well, man. Like I say, with the new hard ball, I want to be challenging the outer edge of the bat, continue with the drift. Don't think he's going to impart as much spin with his hard ball on such a placid surface, really. And you might want it to ball a bit more on the off stump, asking those type of questions there, man. As you seen that one peeling off the other edge, probably going past where second slip would have been for yet another boundary though. So 4 more to the good of Akeem Springer. Score moves up to 70 for no loss at the end of 10 overs.
At least though he was able to induce an error on the part of Springer, because there was Springer looking to play that ball into the extra cover area, but the delivery starting outside the off stump, taking the outer edge and running, racing down to the third. So I don't think he can feel that he has erred in any way, the bowler, although the scorecard is going to show 4 more.
Yes, if we go back on screen here now, Wayne, you can see the Empire up against the UE. University's side, they're on 40 for no loss after 12 overs. Young Kyle Jordan, he's on 16. And the promoted Hans Campbell, being promoted from the Division 1 side to the Elite, he's on 22. Empire winning the toss and opting to field.
Well, yes, and good start there for the UE side. UE rebounding with an outright victory after suffering defeat in the first match. We return here to Queen's Park though, and Rondell Yearwood is getting this one past the out edge of Akil Greenwich's bat. First time we've seen a bit of extra bounce on the surface.
It's Rondre, who is the son of Rondell.
Rondre.
His father, Rondell Yearwood, stalwart at the Pickwick side. As another misfield there. A bit of naughty work in the outfield allows Akil Greenwich to pick up another single.
Well, yes, just not what the Pickwick side would want. Greenwich, although he hasn't looked in a lot of trouble, is the newer batter to the crease, and I think that they would want to try to keep him at one end of the wicket, keep him from scoring, look to build a bit of pressure, and there it was a lapse at mid-off, allowing the exchange of the strike with the more proficient looking Akeem Springer, who is guiding this one. He's going to get a couple without much effort.
It's Craig Holder giving chase. He's been in the thick of things.
Yes, very busy in the outfield, wherever he's being stationed. Now currently stationed at backward point. Young Rondre Yearwood bowling around the wicket, left arm. A dot. 73 without loss. Lots of cricket being played in this area, Andy. We've got the Weymouth A ground in the far distance to the north, where very much a game is in progress, and I know for a fact that my club are being hosted by the Harrison College team in the intermediate game immediately to our north at that Harrison College home ground.
Your club being Ipswich.
Ipswich. Yep. Amcor Fencing and Metalworks, Ipswich. 2 victories, including one in 2 days in the 2 series so far, so they're off to 100% beginning. And they're looking to add the schoolboys to their list of conquests.
The Eden Lodge based team in.
Very much so. Guys came from the home ground. You know, we have rechristened it the ELG, the Eden Lodge ground.
There you go.
So it will be Clark here at Queen's Park. Struck on the pad, long onto that front foot, pushing this one through. Preston Clark.
Yeah, like you said, Clark, who needs to continue on about that off-stump line. See where he's being most economical. Say in the previous over, just inducing that edge off his final delivery of the battle sprayer. His figures are 5 overs with 22 runs, so he's being pretty economical in the cause, but he needs to continue on about that off-stump win.
Again, there he is on that off-stump off the back foot, allowing a double misfield, actually allowing for the single. First of all, the ball got through Edwin there at short extra cover. This quite disconcerting bounce, and then likewise for the man at mid-off, that's Zandre Baptiste. So Springer once again off the strike. His skipper back in, and this one is again edged down to the boundary at the third. But here we saw Springer on the back foot and brings up his 50. Not in the kind of style that he might have preferred, but importantly, the runs will count to him, and he has brought up his 50. Akeem Springer, 50 not out of 40 deliveries, 10 fours, and the only maximum of the innings so far. Andy?
Yes, excellent knock for the young man, the captain of this Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. Bringing up a 50 win, like you really just call the statistics, 40 deliveries, 10 fours, 1 6. But he looks very much in control here on a fantastic pitch. As he said, young Clark again causing some trouble to the outer portion of the bat.
Yeah. Once he persists with that off stump line, Springer getting a delivery, I think, was a bit close to him to play that back foot shot. But the ball rushed between the keeper and the slip very quickly, so never a chance of making a catch of it. As that over has been completed, we have had some 12 overs so far, and in those 12 overs the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side winning the toss and electing to bat have gone to 78 without loss. Of course, the opening batsman Achilles Brown having to retire hurt, and with Akeem Springer, the captain, on 50, Akil Greenwich on 10. We say welcome and good afternoon to the youthful voice of Rashawn Hackett as Andy Payne takes a break. And first of all, Rashawn, very good afternoon to you and all Spartans so far.
A very good afternoon to you, Wayne. It's always a pleasure to be alongside you. I know that as long as I'm here with you, I'm going to learn something, so I'm looking forward to today. And as you talked about, it's all Spartans so far. A morning dominated by the Spartan side. Boundaries are flowing. Pickwick just can't seem to restrain them. So, 15 fours and 1 6 being struck so far, and we see another boundary being struck. That one goes over the boat ropes for a 4.
Yes, just stepping into this one, Akil Greenwich, and lifting it over the head of the infield into the mid-off fielder. Ball bouncing across the rope at long off. And now Springer beginning to open his arms, growing confidence. One would like to think he has been there. He's faced some 15 deliveries so far in this knock. The total up to 82 without loss.
That's some Rondre Yearwood. He bowls that delivery outside line of the off stump. Pickwick just can't seem to find answers to restrict the scoring, Wayne.
Well, yes, very much so. As myself and Andy have kept emphasizing the fast nature of the outfield, the dryness, and the placid nature of the pitch has rendered the task of the bowlers a fairly tough one. Not a lot of purchase being gathered either by the pace of Jakeem Ford, who started with a new ball, or either of the two spinners, Clark or Yearwood, who have been employed. On the front foot comes Greenwich. So I think they're going to have to come up with a plan as to what areas are the best areas they need to operate to first of all stem the flow of the runs. I think that is some bowler is going to have to take that task on the shoulder to know that I'm the one who is going to have to dry up the runs at least from one end.
Yes, 13 overs coming to an end, 82 without loss for this Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. But I completely agree with you, Wayne. Somebody is going to have to step up for this Pickwick side and restrict the scoring. And I assume that would be Rondre Yearwood, who's been their leading wicket taker so far in this tournament, having picking up 2 5-wicket hauls already. He was implemented into the bowling attack early after we saw that expensive Shamar Ford spell earlier today. Just 42 runs coming off of his 4 overs. So Pickwick, they've resorted to Rondre Yearwood, and they're sticking with Preston Clark, who's into a rather economical spell so far.
It's been a long spell for him. Bowling now we've now gone past the first hour of the day's play, and there he is, cramping Springer with a delivery that seemed to spin back in from outside the off, and also some extra bounce, so some purchase there for the off spinner. Springer having to take the bottom hand off the bat as he get that one down. Still a man under the helmet at forward short leg, as this time Springer is just gently onto the front foot. No semblance of aggression whatsoever in that shot. So still encouraging enough to maintain that fielder at forward short leg, Clark.
Yes. And you talked about Akeem Springer not showing any signs of aggression this over as yet, and I think that's what he's done so well, Wayne. He's just been very decisive in his scoring areas. Anything too full of a length, he's just happily gone over the top for a 4 or 6, and balls that are there to be blocked, he's just blocked them. So he's been very watchful and very decisive in his stroke play.
Heavy scorer over the years, as an appeal again for leg before. Ball definitely probably striking the batter outside off. But Springer, you know, after a time, you know, doing something over and over, Springer has learned how to make big scores. He has perfected that process of making big scores in this cricket. And of course, he knows that first of all, one has to remain at the crease. One also has to exploit the bad deliveries, the scoring opportunities, and be technically proficient enough to keep out those good deliveries.
Yes, most definitely. The experience in Akeem Springer is really coming out here right now. He's obviously one who would have been playing this cricket for a very long time, and we can see it coming out here today. As I mentioned, he's just been very watchful about how he's gone about his innings. Watchful, but still aggressive, picking up those boundaries consistently. Going to a quick 50 in 42 deliveries, and he stays here for the Spartan side. He has played a wonderful knock so far, and I'm sure that he'll be looking to go on to those 3 figures.
Well, he's not on strike at the moment. It is Akil Greenwich, and striking this one, he is. Back overhead again, out towards the side screen. Yearwood getting a bit too close to the muscularly built Akil Greenwich, and launching it down the ground for yet another 6.
Another over-pitch delivery there from Rondre Yearwood, just getting in the half of Akil Springer, and he just pumps it straight back over his head for 6 runs, picking up another boundary, and he continues this aggressive scoring for Spartan. Pickwick desperately needs something to pull back this scoring rate for this Spartan side.
Well, that's 20 to him, and the Pickwick side still looking for answers. They have seen the back, if only temporarily, of Achilles Brown, who looked ominous while he was at the wicket before he was forced to retire ill. And now Akil Greenwich seems to be finding his range.
He's down on one knee, just sweeping that one behind square for 4. He picks up another boundary, a 6 followed by a 4. Akil Greenwich continues this assault. Let's just have a look back at it, Wayne.
You wait on the front foot initially, then going back, getting under it, down on one knee. A wayward delivery too from the left arm orthodox, I think, dragging it towards the leg side, and it was short enough. Greenwich had enough time to get onto the back foot, get under it, and help it around. No one behind square on the onside. Easy pickings, easy boundary.
So, how will Rondre Yearwood come back from those 2 boundaries?
Well, he'll come back. He's not bowling the next delivery. Apparently, a spectator taking a leisurely stroll across the sight screen at the northern end. But I say a spectator, it could be a passerby, because he's not stopping off the back foot.
Yes, we can expect a lot of passerbys here today, Wayne. You know, we're in the heart of Bridgetown at Queen's Park. Lots of persons pass through here enjoying the cricket, whether they're staying or whether they're just passing.
Yes, this is this route, a passage from Bridgetown into a few of those districts on the northern side of Queen's Park. The famous Carrington Village, not very far away. Roebuck Street. The further up you go towards Hinesbury and Station Hill, so very heavily populated urban areas. And it has always been traditionally for years, our Sean, a way of bypassing the longer route of taking the highway and just cutting across Queen's Park to make their way to the destinations in these districts. As we're going to have the first official refreshment break of the day, some 70 minutes play so far, and Fusionz Boutique Spartan winning the toss, batting, exploiting the very good batting conditions, 92 without loss from 15 overs. So we've had 15 overs in those 70 minutes, and Captain Akeem Springer leading by example, racking up on yet another half century, an unbeaten half century at this stage. He is 50 off 48 balls. He struck some 10 boundaries, well, 10 fours and the 6. Most of them, a couple of them are fortuitous, but generally he has been in control throughout this innings. He's at the moment with Akil Greenwich, who is on 24, and he would have lost his opening partner, Achilles Brown, to some form of illness. Brown going when he was 17, and with the score then on 36. But things looking things looking rosy, let's say, for the batting side.
Yes, things looking very, very good indeed for the batting side. But we take a switch over to another game where we see Wildy going up against YMPC. Wildy are currently 50 for 2 in 13 overs, so a different situation there over at that game. Shenaldo Taylor, he's at the crease, 31 from 41 deliveries. Carlos Maynard, he's new to the crease. And the dismissed batsmen are Demetrius Richards, who fell for just 13 runs, and Shane Paris, who got out for a duck.
Yes, Carlos Maynard coming at number 4. Showed good touches, good form in the previous game, which we covered here on the Bell Imagery coverage of the BCA's Elite Division competition for 2026.
Yes, and we see a delivery that was just firmly struck back over the bowler's head, and it went into the boundary for 4 runs from Shenaldo Taylor. So we know the sort of player he is. He's one who's very aggressive. He's one who will go after bowlers, and he's doing that there at this game.
He's got a start here. No, he suffered a little bit in that previous game, but he has gotten a start in this one. Pugnacious left-handed player, Shenaldo Taylor. And I think managing to get into this side because of the absence of a few of the preferred players for Wildy. But he has proven himself to be up to this level, Shenaldo Taylor. It's just the strength of the Wildy side sometimes that he may be unable to force himself into the top 11.
Yes, it's something that we talked about. And I thought he was dismissed. A good delivery there from Kemar Smith, a loud appeal, but umpire rules not out. But as I was saying, Wildy is something that we talked about last game, the fact that they have so much strength and depth in their lineup, and we even went about listing the list of players who would have represented Barbados or the region at some point in time, and it was a hefty amount of players. But I'm here having a look at this Wildy lineup for today's game, Wayne, and I see quite a few changes. Zachary McCaskey, he's back into the side, along with Demetrius Richards. Rashad Gill, he's in his side, young left-arm fast bowler. Tristan Payne, along with Kamal Leacock. I'm not seeing any Joshua Dorn. Kamal Leverock, my apologies.
Out of Bermuda. Young man. I think he's got some relationship to Akil Greenwich, who is here at the moment, at the wicket here at the moment, you know. These little bits of trivia. But Akil Greenwich, the son of Alvin Greenwich, the former West Indies opening batsman, and I think Kamal Leverock is Alvin's brother's son, a policeman in Bermuda, and Leverock. So we've got the Greenwich family well represented in the local domestic competition, even as we speak. So after the refreshment break, we're going to have a resumption. Still 54 for 2 over there in that game between Wildy and the YMPC, as we are going to see Preston Clark continuing here. And Akil Springer gets a straight delivery, spots it into the onside.
Yeah, so a break there for both sides. I'm sure that the Pickwick side would have been very happy for that break. Perhaps they just had a talk about how they can restrict the scoring from the Spartan side.
Well, it gave you an opportunity for the coach, Andrew Emptage, and they call jamming, to have a word with his charges, as you said, redefine or re-emphasize the plan, whatever the plan of action might have been at the start of the innings. So far, Clark has been able to keep Springer fairly quiet. Interesting, they have maintained this fielder under the bat at forward short leg, despite the lack of success. That's an interesting move. It's something they see there, something they're hoping.
Yes, a very interesting move indeed. I just would like to know what is the thought process behind that move from the skipper. We've not seen that fielder come into play quite as yet, except for one occasion where one ballooned off of the pad. But what's even more interesting about it, Wayne, is that Clark, he's not extracting a big lot of turn from this wicket, so we won't expect to see a lot of balls getting that inside edge from the batsman.
Well, that's a field normally associated with bounce and turn, as you say. And, that hasn't been very prevalent here today. But of course, they would not want to miss out on the opportunity if it were to arise. And generally, Clark has been rather economical, so the runs have not been leaking, have not been flowing off his bowling. So I think that gives him that extra privilege of having the attacking field in, as we see a fairly healthy looking summary of the scorecard for Spartan.
16 overs completed, 93
for 2.
93 for the loss of none.
No, I was looking at the two I see was looking at my scorecard here from the Wildy game.
Yes, but we're back here at Queen's Park where Akeem Springer, he continues on 51 runs along with Akil Greenwich, 24 runs. This partnership is building. C1 just beating everyone, and it goes down into the boundary.
It actually runs across the rope. Yes, it does, and it's buys. So correctly described, Rashawn going through everyone, batter and the keeper. Might have took a look at it to see whether it kept a bit low. Did it? As a matter of fact, the wicketkeeper with his arms spread, maybe suggesting that one mystified him somewhat. I think some unusual behavior from that particular delivery.
Yes, and this is a matchup that I'd really like to see how it progresses throughout the day. And we always talk about matchups, and we know that the left arm spinners to right arm batsmen, right-handed batsmen, is a matchup that typically brings a good challenge in the game of cricket. So I'm keen to see how this matchup goes today.
Short, good work there by Ryan behind point, saved a few runs for his team. This time he's going through, so Yearwood beginning to seem to be asking some questions.
Yes,
Akeem Springer.
Yes, Yearwood just doing what he normally does, ask questions of the batsman. He's known to be a wicket taker for this Pickwick side. Leading wicket taker for the side actually so far in this tournament, picking up 14 wickets, and he sits in the top 5 in the tournament's leading wicket takers. He's settled at number 2 after Ian Boyce.
I think his accuracy is one of his major strengths.
That one is cut firmly out to that super fielder, but they'll just get 1 run. But yes, we talked about his accuracy being one of his strengths, and most definitely he's one who puts the ball in front of the batsmen consistently, asking them to play each and every time, not giving their minds any time to rest at all.
Well, there's always been a theory of mine that when you get to this level, ball them! Completely baffled and bemused. There was a Akil Springer, Akil Greenwich, I keep saying, somewhat confused and almost a non-shot. He was neither forward nor back when he attempted to play that delivery. I think somewhat deceived by what looks like a quicker delivery from Yearwood, well disguised.
Yes, so Pickwick have done it. The breakthrough finally comes. 97 for the loss of 1. Akil Greenwich, he has to go for 24 runs. A quicker delivery there from Roger Yearwood. Greenwich just caught on the back foot, playing for turn, but that one just slid and held its line, coming back into his middle stump. So he has to go for 24 runs. Spartan, 97 for the loss of 1.
As you said, finally a breakthrough for Pickwick, and I don't think it's any surprise to you, given the statistics which you have read, that breakthrough comes from the arm of Rondre Yearwood.
Yes, no surprise whatsoever. It's something that we just talked about, Wayne. The fact that he constantly puts the ball in front of the batsmen, asking them to play, and he deceived Greenwich. All ends up just bowling a few that turned before, and then just sliding in that arm ball, just coming back in with the angle and cleaning up the stumps of Akil Greenwich. So he has to go back in the pavilion, but it brings opening batsman Achilles Brown back into the wicket to continue what he started earlier this morning.
Well, he has to continue his association with his captain, Brown, when he retired injured or ill. He was on 17. He wouldn't be facing right up because that was the last delivery of that Rondre Yearwood over.
Yeah, so Clark, he continues from the other end.
He continues to do his part of the bargain. I think I think we have seen that he is going to be looking to be more economical. As this one looking for the drive, looking towards that deep cover area. Ball coming off the inner half of the bat. Coming off the front foot, the ball taken by the fielder under the bat, but all pad. But beginning to see some signs of uncertainty creeping in to Akeem Springer. In particular, of course, they managed to price out Akil Greenwich in the last over.
Yes, Akeem Springer, he's just not looked the same that he would have looked before that water break. So Pickwick have came back after that break, and they've really turned around the play. They really turned around the run of play.
Well, yes, as I say, that opportunity to switch up the tactics again. Springer going for that big shot, looking a bit ungainly there, losing his shape slightly.
Yes, and what's interesting here is that Clark, he's dropped back both the long on and long off, but Springer, he's still tempted to go straight back down the ground.
Again, that one lobs off the pad behind square. So, a good over there from Preston Clark. He continues to wheel away from the southern end. And as I said earlier, a bit of apprehension in the play of the batters here of late.
Yes, a good over. A maiden over comes to an end from Clark, taking the score to 98 for 1 after 18 overs. And as you said, a bit of indecision here from the Spartan batsmen after they've came back out after this break. Not as confident as they would have been before.
Still in a very strong position nonetheless, though, at 98 for 1 from 18 overs.
Yes, a very quick start from them indeed. They've came out guns blazing in this innings this morning. We saw that expensive spell from Ford earlier.
So here with the wicket taker to continue.
And he will continue to Achilles Brown, who continues on 17 runs from 17 deliveries.
Still a slip on the forward short leg in place.
He's beaten him first delivery, one just turning past the outside edge.
Well, keen to see whether he would have actually been forced to play or whether he was actually pulling the bat inside the line, allowing it through to the keeper. bat fairly tucked in, fairly close to the pad. I think I'll give the batter the benefit of the doubt there. This one well flighted. Brown coming forward, getting it off the bottom of the bat, just about reaching it on the full.
Yes, Rondre here was just implementing a bit of variation here now, showing his skill and his worth. Just flighting that delivery, telling Brown to come to it. And he follows it with a faster one.
Beaten this time, I think the batsman genuinely beaten, Hakeem Springer. Playing at it, the ball sliding past the outside edge. Cut, beats Ryan at backward point. I think he might have gotten a touch onto it, and that prevents it from running into the boundary in the deep. Craig Holder around from deep cover. Keeps it down to 2. So that brings up the 100 though for Fusionz Boutique Spartan. 101 for 1 in the 19th over. So going along at a very good clip. The home side. So Rondre here would definitely adding some spunk, adding some spice to the Pickwick attack.
Yes, he was forced to be brought into the attack earlier than he normally would, and he's came and he's made an impact.
The legs, close, dangerously close to the man there under, well, that short mid-on position. Zondre Baptiste leaping and looking to pull the ball down, not able to reach with his right hand, and Springer gets a single. Again, not the most assured shot that he has played all day. Zeerwood forces another mistake.
Yes, and speaking of mistakes, we see a switch back over to this Wildy versus YMPC game where they've lost yet another wicket. So Wildy, they sit at 57 for 3 in the 17th over.
Just take a look at it. That 57 for 3 indicates that Shenaldo Taylor actually dismissed for 38. A wicket going to Kemar Jabari Smith, the YMPC captain. Like the bowler in operation here, Preston Clark, an off spinner, sliding past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper Ford picks the right bail off. How much you know of Shamar Ford, Rashawn?
Well, I'm not very familiar with him. I would have not played any cricket with him personally. I know he's a very capable batsman though, scoring 100 in this Elite Division just last season versus Wanderers. So I know what he's capable of, but personally I don't know quite a lot about him.
I've seen him behind the stumps. He looks a very proficient gloveman for sure. And he's one of those young players who has come onto the scene and gained the notice of those of us who follow the game very closely. Saw him playing at the intermediate division level a couple of seasons ago. And here we see Craig Holder, long time keeper for Pickwick, actually giving way to the young man. So that says something about what Craig thinks of him.
Yes, as you mentioned, Shamar Ford, a very capable gloveman. He's very agile behind the stumps. And you talked about Craig Holder. He's one who's very experienced playing for this Pickwick side. So I know that any opportunity to give the youth a chance, he would definitely do so.
Yes, very much an educator by profession.
Yes, I was not about to say so. He actually taught at Queen's College.
Okay. Your alma mater?
Yes, my alma mater.
Very recent vintage. Only yesterday, I learned that you were the head boy at Queen's College, Rashawn.
Yes, I was the head boy. Where did you obtain that information from, man?
I was at a cricket match at Friendship yesterday, the Louis Linton Sports Complex. I think we got to get familiar with that name. The facility there at Friendship, named after a stalwart of the community, not just of the Yorkshire Club. Louis Linton, a stalwart of that Huddersfield turning community. And yesterday, fittingly, the complex named in his honor. Unfortunately, it came just a few weeks after his unfortunate passing, but deservedly. But yes, I was there yesterday, and I was actually talking your name. Talking good things, though.
I would hope so, Wayne.
I'm not going to tell you that Barry Ford told me so, but if you did find out that it was him, that's your volition. Beaten, but still runs. That has been part of the story today. The luck going very much with Akeem Springer in particular, and the Spartan team. Here was another good delivery from Yearwood, and Springer hurriedly coming down on it, the ball passing off the inside edge, passing the keeper, and a couple of runs, lucky runs, I would like to say, to Springer and Spartan.
Yeah, so Spartan, they continue their scoring here. Quite fluent scoring.
Keeping the batsman quiet there. So really settling down to his work now, Rondre Yearwood.
Yes, we can definitely see a difference in play here. The Spartan side just being a lot more watchful, not as attacking as they would have been this morning. Rondre Yearwood, he's into a very tidy spell, but a bit of sloppy fielding there allows these two batsmen to come through for an easy single.
Well, nobody to blame. The bowler was the one at fault. But that ball gets a bit older too, you know, the shine, that initial slippery shine, allowing for the spin bowlers, the two-finger spinners in operation, to get a much better grip on the ball. I think that might have helped in improving their control.
That one just cut through the offside from Achilles Brown, and it runs all the way into the boundary, so he picks up another 4. He goes up to 22.
Speaking a bit too soon there, because there was Yearwood offering Brown some width outside the off stump, and the delivery was short, and Brown just picked his spot perfectly, carving a gap between the deep cover and the backward point, timing it well, picking up 4 more, 110 for 1.
Yes, and put a pause in that. That one struck firmly down to that long off fielder. They come through for 1 run. They'll stay 1. But as I was saying, Wayne, that point area, it seemed to be one that has been very favored by Brown this morning. We saw him just opening the bat face, allowing some to come all the way onto his bat, and went through the air for 4 runs early on today. And he just cut that one to the boundary for 4. So we can tell that he loves to play that cut shot.
Well, yeah. Well, the cut and that guided shot, because a couple of them were not actually cut shots. A couple of them were actually played off the front foot, where he just opened the face of the bat and used the pace of the bowler to get the ball into the boundary, which is vacant. The no one at deep third. So a couple of them were actually off the front foot. But because of the slow nature of the track, I think that allows the bowlers a very, very small margin for error as far as length is concerned. And we saw an example in that last over where Yearwood was just slightly short, and because of the width, Brown had enough time to rock back on the back foot and pick his spot. I am going to take a break. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Andy Payne.
I thank you very much, Wayne. So, Clark, he comes back for his 11th over into a very long spell, conceding just 29 runs so far, and he will deliver to Springer, who just drives that one into the offside and picks up another run. Popped into bat this morning, Spartan, they're taking full advantage, 113 for 1 in the 22nd over. Brown just punching that one down to the long off fielder. Picks up yet another easy single. And with that, I'd welcome Andy Payne back to the commentary area.
Good afternoon, Rayshawn. Happy to be here with you for yet another afternoon of fantastic cricket.
Yes, good afternoon, Andy. I'm very happy to be alongside you as well.
Yes, like I said, what's turned out just to be some excellent cricketing conditions here. A fantastic batting pitch. Saw the new ball not offering any lateral movement whatsoever for young Jakeem Ford and Preston Clark, the off spinner, opening up the bowling from that the southern end. He's bowling a good economical spell, but in between there he saw some boundaries off his bowling. But a man who's well entrenched into a good knot, Akeem Sprayer, he's on 61. He looks very, very good.
Yes, he looks very, very good indeed. I had a chat with him at the toss this morning, and you talked about those conditions being good, and they are excellent indeed. A fantastic wicket for batting, just flat. Looks to be great for batting, and the outfield, we know what it's like, just very cracked up, and a very fast outfield, making it very difficult for the fielders. So he would have told me that he won the toss and wanted to bat along with the skipper of this Pickwick side. So making full advantage of this decision to bat at 115 for 1. Springer, he's on 62 from 78 deliveries.
Yeah, and look, in total control. Basically, you can see from the inception, he just wanted to get himself in. He took a liking to the young fast bowler Ford, like we said, but look very in tune. I tell you, Preston Clark, he's caused a few problems to him, but he remained there, very much entrenched, concentrating for a long while. So I haven't really been bothered, but you can see the ball getting a bit older now, and you can see a bit of grip coming in place for the spinners.
Yes, we can see that ball getting a bit older. 117 for 1, 22 overs have been completed, but as you mentioned, we can see that ball getting a bit older, and the spinners now taking advantage of that opportunity, just getting a bit more turn on it. We saw Rondre Yearwood utilizing that earlier today, just beating Greenwich a few outside of his bat, and then just bowling that arm ball, sliding back in to clean up the middle stump. Greenwich, he got caught in a nothing shot, so he had to go.
Yeah, Yearwood, he's been in good form this season, picking up some 2 5-wicket hauls in his previous matches, and he looks the part, really. Rondre Yearwood seems to be very tidy with left arm on off of dots. He's very consistent. He's asking questions with his accuracy. So I'm bringing Sprayer here forward on the front foot, but it was good, and he's giving those variations. You can see him slowing 1 and 2 up, and then you saw the quicker delivery, like you rightfully said, coming in with the arm to beat Akil Greenwich and losing his wicket in the process.
Greenwich just into a big sweep, but misses that one.
Sprayer. Yeah, but Sprayer just again just being deceived again by Rondre Yearwood. Just see him just giving that guile, slowing that one up and taking it away from the right arm batter. There's another flight to delivery. So this is an excellent bowling by Yearwood, but Akeem Sprayer, who's very well set, just needs to carry on. I mean, it's early days. It's a three-day game, and we've just gone past 1.5 hours.
Yes, excellent bowling from Yearwood indeed, and I'm really loving this bowling partnership from himself and Preston Clark. That one just takes the outside edge and beats the first slip fielder. They'll settle for 1 run. As I was saying though, a very good bowling partnership here from Yearwood and Clark. Clark holding a very metronomic line and length. He's just hitting those areas, not allowing the batsman to score. And Yearwood, he's a bit more experimental, just flighting those deliveries, pulling some back, bowling some faster. So he's a bit more experimental, asking the batsman to try different things, and it's worked, picking up that wicket of Greenwich earlier this morning.
Yeah, and like you said, bowling in tandem, the pair, left arm on off of dots, right arm off spinner, and this is as it is. Yearwood, who's known to be the wicket taker, as you spoke about his tally for the season, some 14 wickets going into this series, and Clark, the off spinner, not one big on extracting a lot of turn, but no economical, and that together they seems to just pull things back a little bit.
Yeah, so this is what bowling is all about. Another tidy over comes to an end for Rondre Yearwood, 118 for 1.
Yeah, again, continues to be tight here, but looking to get those wickets. You can see the variations. You can see him just slowing the ball up, spinning it away from the right-hand batters. And he seems to be really coming into his own of recent, getting a lot more experience as the seasons go by. He continues to pick up wickets, and I just like the control of the left-arm spinner.
Yes, very, very good bowling from Yearwood indeed. But from that other end, there finally looks to be a change. Clark will have a rest. A new bowler will replace him.
Rashid Edwin.
Yes, it looks to be Rashid Edwin. Another off spinner picking up the slack from Clark.
Yeah, well, extended spell there from Preston Clark. He bowled some 11 overs on the trot, so he had a really long spell from that the southern end, and he did a good job for his team in the contest. As we said, quite a lot of boundaries on offer on this Parish outfield. Really, once the ball beats the inner field, your boundaries are almost there for the taking. So he did well, as his 11 overs conceded just some 34 runs. But the ball is now the ever-experienced Rashid Edwin, who's been around for some time. And like I said before this broadcast, a lot of bowling would be expected of this pair of Edwin and Yearwood.
Yes, a lot of bowling expected from this pair indeed. We have the youthful likes of Yearwood, who's been picking up wickets all season, and the experience of Rashid Edwin. He'll want to come and continue what Preston Clark would have done in being very economical, restricting the scoring. So he comes in for his first delivery.
Well, the thing about Edwin is he's also that attacking type of bowler, so he'll be looking to pick wickets up. So I'm sure he, alongside Yearwood, they're more of the attacking type bowlers as opposed to Clark, who's more of a defensive type bowler. And you saw the economy rate of his bowling, while Edwin, I'm sure he would go looking for some wickets.
Flighted delivery from Edwin, and that one is nicked into the hands of the slip fielder. So the big wicket finally comes. Akeem Springer has to go for 63 runs. Let's have a look at it. A flighted delivery. Springer just prodding on the front foot, and it catches the outside edge. A good catch taken in that first slip area. Akeem Springer is dismissed.
Yeah, good delivery there from the new bowler in Edwin. Just trying to bring his man on the front foot. That one seems to the left, opening the right-hand batter, taking the outside edge. A neat catch, taking that first hit. Looks like Kyle Hope, the veteran. But again, Rashid Edwin entering the attack and picking up wicket immediately. Like you said, that is the type of bowler that he is. He's a very attacking bowler, and he's the one who looks for wickets.
Yes, you know, talked about that bowling style, and the fact that he's similar to Yearwood in that he's going to look for those wickets. He's going to use those variations. We saw him just flighting that delivery and caught Springer prodding on the front foot, takes the outside edge, and a good catch taken by Kyle Hope in that first slip area. So Springer, he has to go for a well-played 63, and it brings new batsman to the crease, Teron Gibson.
Yeah, Teron Gibson, the wicket-keeper batter, we put in that number 4. He just needs to get some runs under his belt. But before we go there, again, a neat catch there by Kyle Hope, the veteran. Rashid Edwin, being brought into this Pickwick side for this encounter, just reaping dividends straight away. I'd be interested to see how he carry on against this middle order. Like I said, he's an attacking batter, and I hope that the captain gives him the support as he will continue to look for wickets.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see this new batsman and new bowler match up. Rashid Edwin to Teron Gibson. We know Teron Gibson, he's a very skillful batsman, wicketkeeper batsman indeed. So he'll look to continue and pile on runs from what Spartan would have done this morning. He joins Achilles Brown at the crease.
Just spare word for the captain, Akeem Springer. He'd be disappointed not to have carried on and get the 3 figures on this surface. Like you say, you got well set. He looks a man very much in charge and very much in tune with what was going on around him, leading from the front, as you would say. But being priced out there by Edwin. So a good change, like you rightfully said, from Rohan Ryan, the Pickwick captain.
Yes, and Teron Gibson, he'll face up his first delivery now. 3 innings he's batted so far this season, 74 runs. He got a score versus Wildy, 64 from 113 deliveries. And since then, he scored 1 and 9. So he has 1 score. I'm sure he'll be looking to put on another score here for his Spartan side today. Starts positively, just driving that one down to the long off fielder, picking up a single. So he opens his account.
All the off spinner in Rashid Edwin, I don't think he'd be disappointed with that stroke. First shot, the off spinner just giving it up on generous flight, and the batter coming on the front foot and open up for a glowing drive. And that's what the off spinner would like to see, to try to get him open up to get through that gate.
Yeah, so it brings Achilles Brown back into strike. We now see a slip and the leg slip being implemented along with that forward short leg. So a very attacking feel here from Rashid Edwin. Short delivery, pulled uppishly, but they'll land safely and they'll pick up 1 run.
And this is the type of bowler that Edwin is. He would create chances. He'll make things happen. You saw Achilles Brown trying to pull that one somewhere into the leg side. Got a bit big on him. He wasn't in a good position to extend those levers, but it fell in no man's land as it was in the air for some time. But no fielder stage in that position.
Teron Gibson, he comes back into strike. 1 run from his 1 delivery phase so far. Good delivery there from Edwin. That one just on that good line and length, causing Gibson to just reach out on the front foot, but he does well to cover. Gibson just stroking that one nicely down to the long on fielder. Picks up another single and brings 24 overs to an end, 120 for the loss of 2. So a successful over there from Rashid Edwin, picking up that prize wicket of skipper Akeem Springer.
Yeah, big wicket in the contest. Springer, like I said, he looked well set. He looked very well in tune, but losing his wicket in the process.
Yes, and we now see a switch back over to Windward, where Windward are going up against this Wanderers side, 82 for 2 after 19 overs, and the young Mike Greenidge, he continues his good form with 42 from 54 deliveries. He's still there at the crease, and Jordan Reefer, who had an unfortunate 99 last game versus Empire, he's there as well. And Zafan Brown is the bowler, picking up 1 wicket so far for 8 runs in his 5th over.
Yeah, good to see young Brown in the attack. The spinner, he'll be looking for a bag. He didn't miss selection on the first couple of games, but here he is. Looks the part, picking up 1 wicket so far. Like you said, Reefer, he'll be looking to continue that good form with Mike Greenidge.
Yes, Reefer and Greenidge, this pair have been very, one could call them successful so far this season, both having scores under their belts. We're back here now at Queen's Park, where Rondre Yearwood continues to Teron Gibson.
Yeah, 120 for 2, 121 for 2, like you said. Pricing themselves back into this contest, the ESAF Field Pickwick side. The spinners, like you said, Rondre Yearwood, who's picked up a wicket and looks good. He's looked, like I said, set for a long spell. So a lot would depend on him. He's the informed bowler for his side. And the new batsman, Gibson, he will walk to spend some time out there. I don't think they'll get much pitches better than this. He ought to occupy this crease as long as he could and get those big scores.
Yes, you talked about the nature of that pitch. We know Queen's Park is a ground that's known to produce a lot of runs in Barbados cricket. And I even heard the Spartan coach, I heard you talking about it earlier, he said that he would love to see one of his players reach that 3-figure mark today. So I'm sure that this Spartan backing lineup will be looking at that.
See him groping at that one. This Gibson, but again, just imparting some spin off of the surface with the left arm on off the dots. Yearwood. Well, this is good bowling here by Yearwood. Just as the ball get a bit older, beginning to get some grip, and he's bowling in some very good areas and asking questions of the right-hander.
Yes, very good bowling indeed. Very deceptive spell so far, just varying that pace, varying that line and length. Gibson just driving that one. He'll pick up another single, get off of strike.
Yeah, for the new batter, actually he seems to be reaching at this ball a bit, so he's going to offer something to the spinners if they continue to get this this gift off the wicket. So again, he needs to get another catcher in that area or someone within that extra cover region.
Achilles Brown Just watchful on the front foot. Loud appeal. Umpire says no. So this is a fantastic spell here from Rondre Yearwood.
Yeah, asking questions again, like he said, just getting that ball to move away from the outside edge of the right-handed batsman, getting some spin is Yearwood. Seeing with that quicker delivery again, but good. Equal to the task is Achilles Brown, getting that one past backward point, and yet another boundary for him. So Rondre Yearwood, quicker delivery, but outside the off stump, and equal to the task is Achilles Brown. He takes his tally up to 27 as the Spartan team goes up to 122 for 2. Rashawn.
Achilles Brown just stylishly cutting that one, beats the point fielder, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4. And we've not talked about him enough, Andy. He's been very, very good this morning, playing that ball behind square. For the pace bowler, he just waited and watched it all the way onto his bat. You know who it reminds me of, Andy? It reminds me of Kane Williamson of New Zealand. They don't bat the same, but their approach to batting, Achilles Brown, he just watches that ball all the way onto his eye and just plays it as late as possible. So he's in a fantastic position to hit the ball.
Yeah, he's getting into some really good positions, both on the front foot and on the back foot. He's playing some lovely shots. Like you said, was very watchful to the left arm spinner and allowing that ball to come to him and just opening that face and getting that ball past the backward point area. It's very quick as well in that region and picking up yet another boundary.
So Rashid Edwin, he returns for his second over, starts with a full delivery. Just driven out, beats the cover fielder, and that one will run all the way into the boundary. So Gibson picks up his first 4. He's not confident from the time he's came out, Andy.
Yeah, just a bit too full on that occasion, but that is what Rashid Edwin will want of Tyrone Gibson, getting it to open up for these drives through the covers. But that one was definitely too full, and he didn't miss out. Got into the lovely position and played a fantastic drive. So he just needs to pull his length back, the off spinner, and try to get into playing through there. He wants to get through that gate.
Yes, Tyrone Gibson, he's one that loves that drive. As long as it's pitched up and close to him, he will step into it and look to drive it. That delivery getting a steep bounce there and a lot of turn.
Just imparting some revs on that one, Rashid Edwin. Like he said, a lot of spin and the bounce as well, but a good hit there by Ford.
Yes, and that's probably one of the first times of the morning that we've seen that unusual bounce. The wicket has been playing fairly level, so perhaps we've entered a different phase of play. Condition of the ball is changing. Wicket maybe getting a little cracked up, creating some divots for the spin bowlers.
I think it's still going to be a solid pitch, but what they're doing well is that the bowlers are looking to spin the ball as opposed to rolling it, so they're getting that spin. As you said, the ball is getting a bit softer. So this is good bowling by the Pickwick side. It just need to be mindful. What happened is that quite a lot of boundaries came in that first session, that first hour of play, and that's really put them in the advantage. But this pair of bowlers just need to pull themselves back into the contest now.
Yes, most definitely, and they've done well to pull back the scoring rate since that first water break. Not as many boundaries would have been scored, and they would have picked up 2 big wickets of Greenwich and Springer. So Pickwick, they're doing well this session. See another flighted delivery from Edwin. Gibson just forward, blocks that one. Just gives himself some room on the back foot, punching that one out to that long on fielder. Picking up another single. Gibson, he's looked fantastic since he's came out. 25 overs come to an end, 126 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, guilty of being a bit too short on the final delivery. But what he did well in the middle deliveries is that he pulled his length back. He gave the ball some generous flight. He imparted some spin, trying to get the batters on the front foot. And that's a good comeback. But Gibson is looking good. Like I said, just getting into some excellent positions and playing some fantastic drives. You can see he loves to drive the cricket ball to Ron Gibson, the young wicketkeeper batted. So he just needs to stay there, concentrate for as long as possible. But You're back with Achilles Brown, who looks very good, 31 from 32. And again, he seems to be the man. Captain and coach Marshall would like to carry on and get that century.
Rondre Yearwood, he comes back to continue his long spell. Starts with a flighted delivery. Flighted delivery, just punched straight back down the ground. Gibson, he picks up another single, bringing Achilles Brown back in strike.
Oh, hey, good. A good spell of bowling here by Rondre Yearwood. Like I said, continues to be economical, asking questions, really getting the ball to bite now off the surface. The young left-arm spinner.
Yes, and it's creating really a quiet period of play here for the Spartan side, just picking up singles wherever they can. Achilles Brown, he picks up another single. He goes up to 32. Teron Gibson, he's still there on 9 runs. These two will be a part of a crucial partnership for Spartan.
Yeah, they need a partnership, but Brown looks very good. He looks very well set, playing the ball in front of him. Yes, using the pace of the ball when he plays those balls behind point. So again, like you said, a man who's looking well set and one that captain and coach would like to carry on.
Oh,
score.
And a bit of looseness here from this Pickwick side, just throwing that one all the way into the boundary. So they pick up 4 overthrows. What should have just been 1 run turned into 5.
Yeah, just naughty work really there by the bowler. Here with quiet ball defended back to him, and he just tried to, I say, a return to the stumps when sure that the batter Gibson, he was very much in his crease, and the keeper couldn't get a hand to it and overthrows, like you said. So 5 of them to close out the over. 5 more to the good of the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. They take the tally up to 138. I can make it at this stage at the end of 27 overs.
Yes, that throw just looked to be one out of frustration, Andy. You know when a bowler is bowling good and feel like they should get a wicket, but they didn't. They just get a bit frustrated, so they add more runs on for the Spartan side. The scoring continues 133 for 2 after 27 overs, and I'm sure that the whole Spartan camp will be very happy.
Yeah, they should be happy. They're very much in the ascendancy here. After winning the toss and elected to bat, it's losing 2 wickets. One captain in particular, and Sprayer, he looked very well set, but it needs this pair or someone to carry on and get a big partnership. I'm sure this is one of those days when you tell yourself, win the toss, you're looking to bat out the duration of the day's play.
Yes, I'm very, very sure that that is what the Spartan side will be looking to do. As Edwin comes back into the attack, Achilles Brown just makes room on the back foot and pulls that one all the way into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, getting good position, using the depth of the crease. Saw that one being short of length from the off spinner, spinning into the right-handed batter who got into a really good position and finding the vacant mid-wicket region to pick up a boundary. So again, like we said, Brown continues to look good, continues to bat well for his team, and he will want to go as deep as possible, try to get to that 51st and carry on probably for the 3 figures.
Yes, Edwin just guilty of falling a bit short on a couple of occasions, that one being one of them, and Achilles Brown capitalizing on that delivery, pulling it into the boundary for 4 runs. Another short delivery, that one is pulled all the way over the boundary this time for 6 runs. A short delivery. Brown just rocks on the back foot and pulls it uppishly over the ropes for 6 runs.
Yeah, that one was a freebie, really a gift, a long hop really, and get into position again on the back foot and hitting that one well over the ropes for 6. Brown continues to look good. I'm sure he'd be happy to take that 6, as it was an easy offering coming from the right-hand off-spinner Edwin.
Yes, and with that 6, Brown will go into the 40s as he approaches yet another half century, already scoring 2 consecutive half centuries last game. He's in fantastic form this season, and he continues in this game.
Yeah, well played again on this occasion. One of spin and bounce, but getting into a very good position and coming back for a second. Good running as well by the youthful pair of Brown and Gibson. So Brown, like you rightly said, continues to look good. He's well into the 40s now, and you said coming off of a pair of half centuries in his previous game. I'm sure he will want to go further in this innings.
Yes, fantastic batting here from Achilles Brown indeed. That one he just guided past that slip fielder, picked up another 2 runs. Edwin, he'll look to restrict the scoring, but he bowls a wayward delivery down the leg side.
Yeah, just watchful, spin away from the right-hander and allowing that one to go through on the leg side. His forwards just skip and gather, but Brown just putting Edwin under some pressure in this over.
Yes, and this partnership now goes past 30 runs. Teron Gibson, he's contributed 13, and Achilles Brown, he has put on 18 runs. So a good partnership in the making for the Spartan side. Flighted delivery. And the umpire gives him. So another wicket falls for the Spartan side. Achilles Brown, he has to go for 44 runs, a full delivery, and he just drives that one to the extra cover fielder. We see him looking a bit in disbelief, so we'll watch back that replay and see what happens.
Yeah, ball he come onto the front foot, and umpire Adrian Jones judged him caught at cover. Really, he stood there in disbelief. I think he said that he's got it into the surface, really, and he's not happy with the dismissal. But Jones, the umpire, he seems very much assured that the ball carried on the full to the feeder station there in that cover region. So Spartan losing their 3rd wicket at 149 for 3.
I'll tell you what, Andy, I understand why he would be very disappointed, because he was looking so good this morning, just playing each ball on its merit, just striking the ball lovely. But he hits a full toss into the hands of that extra cover fielder, so he has to go for 44 runs. A well-played innings by Achilles Brown. Spartan 149 for 3 after 28 overs.
Yeah, another wicket for the off-spinner Rashid Edwin. He's picked up his 2nd expensive over, really, but just picking up the wicket of Brown in that over. The final delivery, like you said, a fullish length, and trying to hit that one through the cover region and go into the fielder at cover. Looks like forwards. The fast bowler taking a comfortable catch, and Achilles Brown, he has to make his way back into the middle to the hatch, really, as Mardon Ben, he's a new batter in the middle.
Yes, Mardon Ben comes to the crease. He's also another experienced batsman for the Spartan side, known for scoring a lot of runs, but he's not yet stamped his authority in this season as yet. 3 innings, just scoring 24 runs, so he'll be looking to pick up his first score of this season today.
Yeah, good player. I can tell you, some 600 runs last season in the Division 1 tournament before the elevation back here into the elite. And like you said, he's one who competent enough. He will get a score at some duration of this season. He's that good a player, I can almost say.
So, Rondre Yearwood, he returns for his 11th over. 49 runs conceded, picking up that 1 prize wicket of Akil Greenwich. He'll be bowling to Teron Gibson, who's still there. He's looked good since he's came in. Rondre Yearwood continuing to toil away, asking the batsmen to play at each and every delivery.
Catch, boy. Catch.
Oh, and Teron Gibson has to go. That is a magnificent catch at 2nd slip. He's just back to cut that one, and he catches the outside edge, and quick reflexes there from that fielder at the slips, and he has to go for 13 runs. Fantastic stuff from this Pickwick side.
Excellent catch by Kyle Hope, the veteran, like you said, stationed there at that second slip. Have a look. Bounce and turn, and like you said, the reflexes to really pull that one down to his left and taking that scalp of Teron Gibson is Rondre Yearwood, picking up his second, and more so that one should go to Kyle Hope, who's the man who really pulled off a fantastic catch in the contest.
Yes, Kyle Hope just turning back the clock on that catch, just picking up a very, very sharp catch to dismiss Teron Gibson. That's his second catch of this game. He's looked good all morning, but Teron Gibson has to go for 13 runs. New batsman to the crease is young Kevion Newton.
Oh, look, what a change to this game. Like you said, look in the first hour and a half, it looked like it was all Fusionz Boutique Spartan, but here the ESAF field Pickwick just driving their way back into this contest. The spinners of Yearwood and Rashid Edwin taking up these 4 wickets and pulling them side back into the good positions. What was 100 for 1, now taken up to 149 for 4. So a good comeback by the ESAF field Pickwick and the spinners that we thought would be the main records, really. This pair of Yearwood and Edwin doing the job.
Yes, Rondre Yearwood, he's one that we talked so highly about this morning. He takes his wicket tally up to 16 for this season. He continues his fantastic performances, picking up 2 prize wickets here today in Akil Greenwich and Teron Gibson. He's into a superb spell of 2 wickets for 49 runs in his 11th over. He'll be bowling to new batsman Kevion Newton. We know he's a former Barbados youth player, a new addition to the Spartan side this season, and he also represented the nation in the last 2 Carifta games. He's also quite a sprinter, so a multi-sport athlete. Let's see how he goes about his innings here today.
Well, he would like to have a long innings, a marathon innings. As he says, he's a sprinter, but he would need a marathon innings here for his team. As a recovery job is needed, 2 new batters at the crease, Newton and Ben, who's yet to face up.
Yeah, so Newton just forward on the front foot, blocking that one. Rondre Yearwood, he's been impressive all morning, just asking the batsmen to play, not giving any time for their minds to rest whatsoever.
That's the accuracy of most left-hand spinners, just asking plenty questions, just getting balls on the inside edge and the outside edge. And that's what would be so good about them of recent. And Yearwood, he continues his good work, picking up a second wicket. Like you said, taking his tally along. It was only the 3rd series, and like 2 5-wicket hauls previously. And he seems well in tune, and he would like to take up a 3rd.
Yeah, so 133 for 2 after 27 overs as we make a switch over to St. Philip, where the BCA youth team will be going up against. That's YMPC.
No, it's Gladiola.
Gladiola, my apologies. Top of the table, Gladiola. 2 batsmen at the crease are Kalani Clark and Seth Smith, who seem to be set. Clark on 27 runs, Seth Smith on 26 runs, and they're both 2 wicketkeeper batsmen who I'm sure will be vying for that #1 wicketkeeper spot in this year's Barbados on the 19 team.
Yeah, staging a bit of a recovery. They found themselves in some trouble. Stephon Griffith picking up 2 quick wickets, and so too was captain Matthew Jones, who had 3. So staging a bit of a recovery as this pair of Smith and the other wicketkeeper Clark.
Yes, but speaking of recovery, we're back here at Queen's Park, where Maradon Ben and Kevion Newton will look to recover for the Spartan side, having lost 4 quick wickets. 2 new batsmen at the crease. They'll look to recover. Rashid Edwin and Yearwood were the bowlers who would have done the damage, picking up 2 each.
Yeah, looking out to be a good contest here, as Ben, like you said, one of the more prolific batters in this Spartan side. Just said earlier, himself and Springer, they does the bulk of the batting. They need some of the junior players really know to come on and show the mettle. As you see, Kevion Newton, he's a new acquisition to this team. 1st year here in Queen's Park, and he will want to make a name for himself. I'm sure Rashid Edwin, he'll have different ideas.
Yes, I'm sure Rashid Edwin will have different ideas indeed. Just picking up those 2 wickets. He'll look to continue picking up wickets because that's what he does.
On the back foot is Newton. I'm sure Edwin will like to get him onto the front foot. So just using the crease pretty deep there is Newton. So if it is 1, disadvantage so far for Rashid Edwin's bowling is that he's tend to be a little bit on the shorter side, but as you saw him get a bit fuller in that zone, that's where he got his wickets.
Yes, and we see him bowling very, very straight. The field is set for that. Just 3 fielders in the offside. There's that first slit, extra cover, and long off fielder. And the rest of the fielders are on the leg side. There's a long on, short mid wicket, short leg, my apologies. Yes, short leg, a leg slip, deep mid wicket. So this is a leg side dominated field, which makes the plans clear here for Edwin. He'll be looking to bowl very straight, asking the batsman to play every ball from the stumps. Flighted delivery, and that one just beats everyone. It beats Newton and it beats the wicketkeeper, and that one will go all the way into the boundary for 4 byes. So a lot of turn there on that delivery, just deceiving both the batsman and the wicketkeeper.
Oh, excellent delivery there from the off spinner. Just getting that one into the perfect area and just spinning into the inside edge of the batter Newton and through forward as well, as you saw the spin on that delivery and the bounce. I mean, it's a really, really good delivery. Good enough not to get an edge or inside edge, as he had there a forward short leg and a leg slip in the waiting.
Yes, so we're now starting to see what Wayne would refer to as the demons coming out of this wicket. Lots of turn and bounce being extracted here from Edwin.
I don't think it's the wicket per se, it's just a skill set of the bowlers. You see Edwin really looking to impart lots of spin on that delivery, and you saw him got the returns in terms of the surface, offering that along with the ball, but it's still a good batting pitch. It's just good work by the part of the bowlers.
Yes, so we have another matchup here. Yearwood, he'll be bowling to Maradon Ben, that left arm spinner to the right-handed batsman. Let's see what happens. Loud appeal. Umpire says not out.
Yeah, just striking him on the pad there, but he seems to get a long way outside the off stump. Is Maradon Ben. He's a tall man. And a quicker delivery though by young Rondre here, which just continues to ask questions of the batters, just continues to be on or around the wickets and continues to be accurate.
Yes, that's what he's done so well all morning. Another flighted delivery. Ben just on the front foot, blocking that one. He's being very watchful. Full toss. That one just struck back to Yearwood. He does well to clean it up.
Yeah, good work by the bowler on this follow through. Into his 12th over is Yearwood.
Yes, Yearwood, he's into work quite a long spell here today. He, along with Preston Clark, would have bowled long spells. Yearwood, he's still continuing, having picked up those 2 wickets. He'll be bowling in partnership with Rashid Edwin.
It's good over there by Rondre Yearwood. Continues to be disciplined, continues to be accurate. Just asking a lot of questions of the batter, like he said, just bringing both the edges into play, getting his man on the front foot, which is really good bowling.
That one just turned into the leg side and it pierces that gap beautifully. That's Clark giving chase, but he's not fast enough, so that one goes into the boundary. Maradon Ben picks up his first boundary, 4 runs to the leg side. A full delivery angled in at the legs, and he just turns the wrist, flicking that one, and the outfield does the rest, carrying it all the way into the boundary. Picks up his first 4.
Yeah, elegant player is Ben, like you said, just coming on the front foot and working that one with a wrist. A very wristy player is Maradon Ben, like I said. He's a good enough player. He will get a score at some point in the season. Being the leading player last year with some 600 plus runs. As I said, haven't been getting the scores as yet in the season, but early days for Maradon Ben, one of the Spartans' best at the moment.
I'll tell you what, Andy, he is a quality player and he continues to demonstrate that every season, because to be able to score 600 runs is no easy feat that very few batsmen are able to achieve, and Maradon Ben, he was able to do it, so he's a quality player, and I'm sure he'll be looking to bat and put on some runs here for his side today.
Yeah, one of those players that when you hear the pundits, they say he's been very unfortunate never to have represented the Pride, but he's continued to be consistent for Spartan almost every season in all levels of the cricket, may it be white ball or red ball, whatever format that he finds himself in. Mardon Ben, he's always been there for the Spartan side.
Yes, Rashid Edwin, he continues to carry on Newton into a tidy over here. Newton not yet off the mark, facing 11 deliveries. And he'll get off the mark with that delivery. Easily strikes it down to that long off-fielder. He'll come through for his first run. So he's off the mark in this game.
Yeah, I probably would have had him my mid-off in though, after some 12 deliveries and yet to score. And the off-spinner really getting into his work. No, just thought the captain was gifted a single away in the context of things.
Yes, I completely agree with you. New batsman at the crease, younger player, so you could have risked to bring in that fielder and ask him to hit over the top if he's going to score, which creates that element of risk for the batsman. We see a change in field for Mardon Ben though. There's a sweeper that's been implemented. So one of the fielders came out of the offside as he just punches that one down to the long off fielder, picks up another single. Spartan continue to rotate this strike.
Yeah, 160 for 432 overs completed. Sprayer, he went for 66 and Brown, the other opener, 44. They give the team a good start. They gifted the team a really good start. But the spin twins really of Rashid Edwin and Rondre here would pull things back somewhat, picking up some 4 wickets up between them and putting the Spartan in a position where the first looked very dangerous, 105 for 1. And here is a comeback by the ESAF field Pickwick side, just pulling things back.
Yes, but we see at Empire, UE have started this day with a good batting performance. Jay Clark, he sat on 33, having come off a score last game, and Hans Campbell, he's on 65 from 87 deliveries. UE 121 for 1 in the 29th over after being sent into bat by this Empire side.
Yeah, being promoted to the Elite Division, Hans Campbell coming off of the First Division team. He's gotten the score. They just lost that 1 wicket of Kyle Jordan. And a good showing here, really, by the UE side there at Bank Hall.
Yes, but we're back in Queen's Park, where Mardon Ben and Kevin Newton continue to bat for the Spartan side. Rondre Yearwood, he's on the hunt to pick up his 3rd wicket. Just beats Ben, all ends up. A delivery just turning past the outside edge of the batsman.
Sure, Year would have loved that. Had his man on the back foot as well. Probably would have wanted to be on the front foot, is Mardon Ben. But you saw the spin again being imparted there by Rondre Yearwood and spinning away from the right-hand batter.
Yes, and that's what you call a moral victory for the bowler. Although the batsman was not dismissed, he'll be happy with that. It's after those sort of deliveries, Andy's, that you would not be surprised if he just throws in the faster one, arms it in. You wouldn't be surprised after seeing the batsman just getting back to one that turned. So he'll be looking for turn. So let's see what Rondre Yearwood does.
I'll tell you something there, Rashawn, and this is to the anger of a bowler. After spinning that ball past the bat, the ball goes through to the keeper. The keeper relays the ball over the head of the bowler, so a long wait gives the batsman time to regroup. I'm sure Year would have wanted to have had a couple more deliveries into Ben before he was really thoughtful of what he was going about. So these little tactics in cricket, the bowler wants to get that ball back in his hand as soon as possible, but he saw the keeper just eluding the bowler with the ball thrown over his head.
Yes, I completely agree with you. We see that one just turn into the leg side and the batsmen pick up a quick single. They take the total up to 161 for 4. Spartan continue their scoring. But as you were saying, Andy, I completely agree with you. It's those small things that make differences in the game of cricket. Just getting the ball back to the bowler as quickly as possible. It creates that opportunity. It creates no opportunity actually for the batsmen to rest, and they have to come back and play the bowler repeatedly without resting. and that is always a good sign for a bowler.
Yeah, offer him no reprieve, really. You want to be at him as much as you could. So these are little moments, like you referenced, that you need to grab in the contest.
Delivery outside line of the off stump. Newton having no problem leaving that one alone, and it brings 33 overs to an end.
Yeah, 161 for 4 at the end of 33. But another good over by Rondre here with bowling to the experienced Mardon Ben, was very watchful, just like you said, completing that moral victory when he beat the batsman in no man's land, so to speak, under his foot movement, and then just that delay before he could have gotten the ball back and allow Ben to regroup and recompose himself, and he saw how he looked a lot better at the back end of the over.
Yes, but we now see a switch back over to this game between Wildy and YMPC, where Wildy are in a spot of bother, you could say, at 109 for 4. They would have liked to have more runs for less wickets at this point of the game. Carlos Maynard, he's at the crease on 22 runs, joined by the new addition, Kamal Levrock.
Yeah, Leverott coming out of Bermuda, making his way into this Wildy side. He will want to have a score. Good all-rounder. Sure, we've seen him here in Barbados. We've seen him in that Bempton cricket tournament. And he's a good all-rounder, but you'd have a lot of work to do with the informed Carlos Maynard, who looked really good at the Gladiola a week ago, and he would like to carry on that good form.
Yes, I'm sure Carlos Maynard will be looking to carry on that good form. He played a resilient innings up at Gladiola, but it was in a losing cause as Gladiola were outfought by the pace of Stefan Griffith. Sheer pace and aggression, sticking to that short ball plan, just dismissing 4 batsmen in each innings. But we see Rashid Edwin continuing.
Yeah, this is a good battle here between Edwin and Ben. This is one you look forward to see. 2 very experienced players at this level. And Ben, like you said, who's one of the more prolific batters, he'll be watchful to Edwin, who will want to praise his man out. 3 attacking fielders there, and a slip, a leg slip, and a 4 short leg. As you can see, Ben being very watchful and just coming onto the front foot. This is a good contest.
Yes, this is a good contest indeed. Edwin still maintaining that aggressive feel, forward short leg slip in place along with that slip fielder. Ben on the back foot, just blocking that one.
Yeah, deep in his crease, close under the eye is Ben. This is a good period of play as we approach the tea interval as well. So advantage to the ESAF field Pickwick. This is a period of play where they will want to make further inroads into this Fusionz Boutique Spartan lineup.
Yes, Ben on the back foot once again. And I don't think that Edwin will be unhappy with that, because those balls look to be rather close to Ben, but he's negotiating them well and playing them directly under his eye. Comes forward to that one and just meets it, blocks it out to the fielder, and it brings another over to an end. 163 at the completion of 34 overs.
Yeah, Mardon Ben just continues to show that good technique of his, just being watchful to every delivery. You can see him just on the back foot and playing it close on the eye, and as he get a bit fuller, not trying to open it for the drive, just allowing it to come on to him, and he's facing it with a full face of the bat and playing it back down to the bowler. So a good technique being showed there by Mardon Ben.
Yes, good technique being showed indeed. Rondre Yearwood, he's back with ball in hand. He's one who's accustomed to bowling very, very long spells for this Pickwick side. He prides himself as the wicket taker. He comes every weekend and continues to dismiss batsmen, and he's done so once again today, having 2 wickets to his name already. So he'll return. He'll be bowling to Kevion Newton. That one beating him on the outside edge. 2 slips in place now, along with that silly fielder.
Again, like they said, in this period of play, and he's still got the long off out for the newer batter. I'm sure that can go as another attacking option, getting that long off and don't offer these easy singles down the ground. But the delivery is just a bit straighter and work into the onside, and he picks up the single nevertheless.
Yes, picks up a single, bringing Mardon Ben back into strike. He's obviously the more experienced batsman, and we see 2 different strategies here for Ben and Newton. That silly fielder just comes over to short leg. Another delivery, just beating him outside of the off stump.
Well, I think he left it alone, but just was teasing delivery. Some trying to get up for an expansive drive, but it was a bit too wide, and he allowed that one to go through to the keeper.
Full delivery, but fielder that short my wicket does well. No run.
Yeah, that fielder being Zandra Baptiste, I'm sure he's just awaiting his thing for a spell with this ball. But marathon spell here by Rondre Yearwood, who's really looked the part. Again, ripped that one past the outside edge of the right-handed Mardon Ben.
Yes, and it brings another over to an end. 164 for the loss of 4. 34 overs completed. We see a switch back over to this game though between YMPC and Wildy. 114 for 4 are this Wildy side. Carlos Maynard, 25 from 55 deliveries. Kamal Levrock, he's recently came to the crease. 9 runs from just 14 deliveries. Kimar Smith picking up 2 wickets early this morning.
Yes, the YMPC skipper continues his good form. Good all-around player. I mean, he felt that he was a bit unfortunate not to make the prize team to Jamaica for those early encounters, but he continues to try for his team and picking up 2 wickets off his 8 overs delivered.
Rashid Edwin back to Kevion Newton. Just goes into a sweep. No run.
Remember, this is an interesting period of play. Like you said, just that lead up to the tea interval. I'm sure the Pickwick side, they will want to get as many deliveries into the new player to the Spartan team, the new acquisition in Newton, junior player, just coming through the ranks, first year at the senior level for Spartan.
Just driving that one, but Preston Clark does well at that cover field. Newton solidly keeps that one out. Edwin continues to put that ball in front of the batsman, constantly asking them to play. But Newton, he looks up to the task. Just trying to make a bit of extra room to cut that one through the offside. But the extra pace of Edwin beats him all ends up.
Tell you what, Edwin will be happy to see him trying to get his man to cut. I seeing a word from Mardon Ben now, the experienced player. Just tell him just be a bit more watchful. You prefer to play that ball off the back foot into the cover region. You want to punch that as opposed to trying to cut the off spinner who's really now getting the ball to spin.
Loud appeal. Not a loud one, but there's a slight appeal there from the Pickwick side. Umpire says not out. Just clipping that thigh pad of Newton. He's facing Cajuns, but that has been in vain. Tries to make room once again, but no run.
Yeah, at least a bit better as he's trying to hit that one more in front on this occasion. As you see, it looks like the players are going to take a break. As we said, it was approaching that tea interval, and that was going to be his first task, really, to get his team to tea before any further loss. And he managed to battle that over, really, from Rashid Edwin, who's asked a few questions. Again, like you said, he's an attacking style bowler. Edwin coming into the attack and picking up those 2 wickets for his team. He's picked up some 2 for 25 off of 7 overs. And those 7 overs, like he said, to the good of his team, picking up those crucial wickets. Mardon Ben, he continues to be very watchful. He's there, like you said. He will want to get a score as he's yet had anything of significance in the season to date. And young Kevion Newton joining Spartan for the first time this season. He will want to add a partnership with the experienced Ben and get this side up to this first hurdle of probably 200 and try to get some batting points in the tens for his team. So it's going to be a little bit of a break, Rashawn. But before that, you can rest to go through what's happened for the afternoon period.
Yeah, so an exciting morning of cricket, an exciting afternoon of cricket, in fact, which was dominated by the Spartan side in that first period of play up until the point where Pickwick had a change and they decided to come back with good spell of bowling. So, having won the toss and elected to bat first, we saw a good opening stand there from Akeem Springer, scoring 63 runs from just 84 deliveries, hitting 10 fours and striking 1 6. He was well accompanied by Achilles Brown, who would have scored 32 runs from 34 deliveries before he had to go, one which was a soft dismissal, just tapping it into the hands of that cover fielder. Akil Greenidge, he also put on 24 runs from 28 deliveries before he was dismissed by Rondre Yearwood with a delivery just sliding back in, well bowled by Rondre Yearwood, deceiving the batsman. And Teron Gibson, he was the last to go for just 9 runs. And currently at the crease, there's Maradon Ben, a new addition to the side, Kevion Newton. These two will be looking to build a partnership, but we must also commend the bowlers of Pickwick, Rondre Yearwood and Rashid Edwin, picking up 2 apiece since they've been introduced into this attack. They've been economical and they've been taking wickets. Fantastic spell of bowling from these 2 bowlers, along with Preston Clark, who was not successful in picking up wickets earlier today, but what he did so well was he was economical, just putting that ball in front of the batsman. He was fantastic.
Yeah, good work there by the bowlers at the back end of this hour. He said the pair of Edwin and Rondre Yearwood in particular is doing a job of pulling things back for the team after a flying start, if you want to call it that, by the Fusion Boutique Spartan side earlier into the day's play. So I tell you, we're going to take a break. It's going to be at tea. We're going to leave you, the viewers, to have a look at some of the action that we would have played in the first 2 rounds from us here. Remember, this coverage goes to you via the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery. So we leave you to see some of the play that we'll be seeing in the first 2 rounds from us.
Settles over it, that was the jazz with it, and he settles completely and the umpire yard of the batsman is gone. And he goes again, that one goes high up in the air. Fielder Jordan now settles under it, He bowls to Dre Springer. Springer, big swing, and he goes to slip.
Full delivery again. This time with loud appeal.
Gone in the air.
Big names in cricket. Morris goes into the sweep. Loud appeal, and the umpire. Oh, and he has an end. Beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, and he takes him. Oh, we see the short ball being implemented now. William settles under it.
A lot of gym these days, but remember, and he's playing this high in the air. Chance for a catch. The fielder comes across and takes a simple acting captain's feeling and bowls it.
goes up. Fielder settles under it. That looks to be Jazz Griffin. And he settles comfortably. And the umpire.
Yard on the back foot and he's gone.
And he goes again. That one goes high up in the air. Fielder Jordan now settles under it. He bowls to Dre Springer. Springer, big swing, and he goes to slip.
Full delivery again. This time with loud appeal.
Gone in the air.
Big names in cricket. Morris goes into the sweep. Loud appeal, and the umpire. Oh, and he has an end. Beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, and he takes him. Oh, we see the short ball being implemented now. Williams settles under it.
A lot of gym these days, but remember, he's playing this high in the air. Chance for a catch. The fielder comes across and takes a simple acting captain's feeling and bounce it.
And he's bowled him a wonderful delivery, cleaning up the middle stump. And he's bowled. Yeah, his timing right. And he cuts and he goes into the slip region, caught out first slip. Loud appeal from the umpire side, and umpire gives him.
Delivery outside the yard stand and remember for his walk.
49. And Watson is driving outside the yard stump and brilliantly caught. Now he gets a short delivery and is brilliantly caught.
Full delivery. And he's out.
Short delivery and he's up, caught behind. Back into that team as the final wicket comes a in.
Yes, sir. If you're not rewarded, then if that's not the case, then here's reward straight away from the north. Brilliant. Chance. And Jordan Nez comes in and takes a brilliant catch.
for quite a while. Cut to the offside.
Edge. Another full delivery this time. And
Short delivery. He's back on the back foot. Pose that one. A lovely drive through the offside from level. And he posed this one. Another short delivery from Springer. Lovely drive through the offside. Lovely drive over the top.
the upside also. This time another misfield.
Remains to this day, which is launch high.
Lovely shot over the top. Up.
As we have a bowling changes, John Rock into the top.
Yes, I most definitely agree with you. Watson cut through the
5 loss of 5 wonders and then 20 to go with tradition. Normally he's not playing for like near regenerate, so it's just beautiful shot. It was short, really hit high. With an S, the batsman.
a big swing from nose. He goes over the third man region or pausing that. A big shot over the leg side. Another big shot coming down to flicked off the legs.
Oh, and he's off the mark with a
Lovely straight drive down the ground and he just short delivery and it's pulled down to deep square. Fielder makes his way around, but he
Recognize Osman and now slashes it. Injury. And here's a short ball. Still on.
lovely shot flicking that one off the legs.
On the 62nd World Cup is a short ball through the wicket.
Immediately
all that ball and that he would not hesitate to put the ball
up and over all the way.
delivery short and he duck hooks after it.
See a lovely drive through the covers and holds the pose.
And laying the ball which is hit down the ground straight. Oh, you say dropping anchor.
Lost the chase coming on the front foot.
So this delivery is driven. Okay, one king. And now he uses the off and center. And again, it's gone. Here's stop. Magnificent shot. Right, just about long ball, which is launched through the cover region for 4-3. And to this delivery, he's hitting it in the air.
have a region.
And we welcome our viewers back to the historic Queen's Park for the resumption of the action in this third series match in the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Division competition. The home team, Fusionz Boutique Spartan versus ESA Field Pickwick, and Spartan batting first after winning the toss, resuming at fairly healthy 164 for 4 made from 36 overs in the first session. I have alongside me Andy Payne, and Andy, welcome back to the seat.
Thank you, Ian. What was a good player in the first session, really. A lot of runs, 164 in that session. And what's been an excellent batting pitch after a flying start. The Fusionz Boutique Spartan, the captain, Akeem Sprayer. He looked really set for something of bigger than what he got. And his opening partner, Achilles Brown, picked up a well-played 44 before he was dismissed.
That delivery was well played by Maradon Bend. Once again, exploiting that area square of the wicket on the outside, and Ben exquisitely cutting that one square as a compass into the boundary.
Yeah, Maradon Ben, those are the kind of shots that we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. Very elegant player, as I was saying to young Rashawn Hackett a bit earlier in the commentary stint. One of those players that a lot of spectators, especially here in Queen's Park, will say found himself a bit unfortunate never to have represented the Pride, as he comes here every year and really continues to be very prolific.
Well, he's piled up the runs over the seasons. Maradon Bend. Among a group of cricketers who I describe as seasoned campaigners and very much rated in the second tier of local players in the batting arena. And one of those players who, unfortunately, here he is again displaying those abilities, just easing onto the front foot. And I suspect, though not quite to the pitch of the delivery, having the ability to actually adjust his shot and get that left hand into the shot, withdrawing the bottom hand and lifting this delivery straight back over the head of the bowler, the fielder at long off, and the side screen.
Yeah, one of those players, when it's just a confidentness about this young player. They said not quite to the pitch, but still good enough to extend those levers and getting it over the road for a maximum.
This time he's long onto the front foot. We could come back there from Arundra Yearwood, getting it down and pitching down in front of Ben. And Bend have you got to, because there's always that differentiation. And also a stalwart at this Spartan club has been Suleiman Ben, and this is Maradon Bend. And as I said, a long-time servant of this Spartan club. And you know, he's one of those players who has not been given the opportunity, but one wonders, and one believes that he has the ability, if he were given that opportunity, to shine at that higher level.
Yeah, he's got that tenacity, he's got the fine array of stroke play, and he's also got the discipline. He knows how to score runs. And ever since he was a schoolboy at Dow Jordan Secondary over there in St. Lucie, a guy from Pike Corner in St. Lucie, that's where his upbringing was been, played for the George Rock side in the BCA division as well. But he's always had that knack of scoring big scores, and he was always a prolific player. And like I said, if word comes out, when he thought if given that opportunity, he had what it took to have played at the higher level, he probably would have gone on.
Well, Pickwick has opted to employ the bowling of Preston Clark on a wicket with his very first delivery. Beaten and bowled Kevion Newton, who resumed at 2 after the interval. His innings goes no further.
Yeah, being reintroduced into the attack. Preston Clark, who was entrusted to open the bowling this earlier today, and so just beating his man and being bowled by the off spinner is young Kevion Newton, losing his wicket. So yeah, another scalp for the Pickwick side, just taking half the wickets now in this innings. Excellent start after the luncheon period.
Not given an opportunity to settle after the break, young Newton. But I was going to say that I was going to ask you the question, would I be wrong in saying that that first session was one divided into two distinct halves, where it was total dominance by the Spartan team for the first half, and then we saw Pickwick clawing their way back into the game?
Yeah, you'll be correct in calling it that way, and it just shows the strength of the teams and where their strength lies. Opening the batting is Akeem Springer and Achilles Brown, the newer ball. They really took full dominance of that, so strong to that new hard ball. And then the strength of this ESAF field, Pickwick, known for their slow bowlers, are known to be their strongest suit. And as you saw, the introduction of slow bowling really in the likes of Rondre Yearwood and the experience Rashid Edwin. You can see them playing to their strength in that regard. So a game of strengths really from the two sides.
I overheard the discussion between yourself and Rashawn, and I was able to I was able to think to myself, it was almost as if the session was played on two different pitches, because in that first half of the session, the batsmen totally dominated. Nothing seemed to bother the batters. Once Yearwood in particular and then Edwin, the changed bowlers were introduced, the pitch started to be, it seemed to behave differently.
Yes, as the ball got a bit older and they're about to get that grip on it, you saw them just imparting spin. And as you know, Rashid Edwin is one who's known to impart quite a lot of spin onto the ball, and that he exhibited to good suit. The new batter is Norville.
Jaden Norville, is it?
That's correct.
Formerly of YMPC. And he's immediately off the mark. So Clark getting some success was merely economical with the new ball in the first session. Did create a couple of half chances or possible chances, but here we saw him getting rewarded with a wicket with his very first delivery. After the resumption, brings Ben onto the front foot, ball runs away behind him. Ben at one point losing the ball. Not sure where it would have gone. The ball came off the inner half of the bat, ran down behind square on the onside. And the batsman get another one. So 177 for 5. Ben is going to have a lot of responsibility in carrying this Spartan innings into the rest of the afternoon. A single, thought of a second run, very casual in pursuing that ball. Kyle Hope from for a slip, and Ben very interested in going for a second run. Young Norville was prepared early o'clock to settle for the one.
I think he's happy to bat at that side, the non-striker.
Well, in the early stages of his innings, that's a great place to bat.
But yeah, Kyle Hope taking two excellent catches there at that first slip, but like I said, just casual with that chase behind point.
Ben is again playing a false shot, gets a single. There's nobody on that square on that offside with just the slip in place, and then no one behind the square. There's a short extra cover in Edwin. There's a man on the sweeper boundary at deep cover, and a long off. Those are the fielders on the offside. That's into the hands of the man at short leg, lobbing off the pad of Jaden Norville at the end of that over. Successful one for Preston Clark, and a great start to the session for the Pickwick side.
Yeah, good start by Clark, picking up a wicket in his first delivery, just dismissing Kevion Newton, who had no answer really to a good delivery pitch on or about the off stump, and carrying on to dismiss him, just bowling down the off stump. So good start to this session. And before Preston Clark came back into the attack, just at the break, we were saying to Rashawn Hackett, I think he was a bit unfortunate not to pick up any of the wickets in the first session, but he thought he bowled a very good spell without the newer ball being entrusted to open the ball in from that the southern end. So good to see the young man picking up a wicket in his second spell.
Well, Yearwood continues this very marathon spell of his. from the northern end in Queen's Park. We were talking earlier, Andy, we talked about the prominence of spin bowlers for the Spartan club over the years. We talk about that famous firm of Holford and Howard. Then we could add the late Georgie Linton among that list, as this delivery stroked for one. They're going to stay on one. The fielder picks it up cleanly from long off.
They've always had that quality of spinners in Queen's Park. And then you could remember the lot with Henderson Springer.
But yes, the current senior coach at the BCA, Henderson Springer, with his all spin.
Played very well for Barbados as well.
Yes, very much so. But there's also been a production in the faster area for Spartan. One goes back to the days of starting with a George Rock, and even further back to West Hall, a Spartan man in his heyday.
Yeah.
We have the likes of Ezra Mosley, Otis Gibson.
Franklin Stevenson.
Franklin Stevenson would have started right here. The young Mark Levine, the late Mark Levine too.
Yeah.
So
more in my area, they had the likes of someone like Hattie and Graham, who went on to play for Barbados as well.
Yes, he did. So Spartan, no shortage of pace, but
more renowned for that.
And that was an era. That was a particular era when Spartan were quite dominant, where we saw the spin bowling of Holford and Howard in particular, and the Linton, because no mean exponent of the leg spinning art was Georgie Linton. Have you ever had the privilege of facing up to Georgie?
Well, I had quite a few battles with George Linton, and my good friend Pedro Agar, he always reminds me of one encounter that we had here at Queen's Park against George Linton, where I pretty much did employ the street shot when Pedro was very, very very much saying to me, we got to play that sweet shot to negate the googly, which we did to good effect up to the luncheon period. And immediately after the break, I came back out and I tried to advance down to play the full drive and outstop Livy Packard, the late Livy Packard, doing the duty.
My story with Georgie Linton that I remember also ends with me being stumped. But let's see what Bend is doing. He's stroking this one through Ford at long off. Again, doing all the hard work and then kicking the pail of milk over.
Yeah, just see Ben just get into the pitch of that one and played a sweetly timed shot, which he thought the pace of Jakeem Ford would have done a bit better with, just being a bit gingerly down there, probably not the best of outfields on that part of the boundary.
I was just about to say, when you criticize fielders, you must take into account the state of the outfield here. And I mean, no indictment to the Spartan Club or the Queen's Park. That is just a fact, a reality of things in the island at the moment. Wherever you go across the island at cricket grounds, dry, parched, cracks, wide cracks too, and a lot of disconcerting bounce in the outfield. And we're happy to get through a day with no fielders suffering any injury.
Yes, and that's one of the things we said earlier this morning. We hope we can go through this one without any hazards whatsoever. But for just being more in preservation, self-preservation down there at that long off position than really a misfield.
Bend clipping this one off the toes. Long one brings young Norville into the strike. But yes, my again playing here at Queen's Park, batting against Georgie Linton and David Murray, the keeper, very good friend of mine. And David had some advice for me. I got beaten by a googly, and David told me that's because you're moving your feet. You must move, get to the pitch of the ball. get your feet moving and get to the pitch of the ball, which I was doing successfully for a long time. Until Georgie threw, bowling from that southern end, threw one up into the wind, and the ball drifted away, and I came down to the track and I wasn't to the pitch. And as soon as I was beaten, David turned and told me, I told you to use your feet, but I didn't tell you to miss.
You were deceived twice, Wayne. Excellent story there. As yet another over comes to an end. The Fusion Boutique Spartan, they move up to 185 for 5 after 40 overs. Benny's on 27, Norville on 2. Wayne, more of the George Linton story.
well, that is where it ended. It ended with Holder stumped Murray Bowl Linton back in the pavilion here at Queen's Park for me.
And we can continue in that great trend of bowlers here at Queen's Park who have carried on. You speak about Sulma Ben a bit earlier when you were making.
Yes, of course. And, I think that it is listed somewhere. I saw a claim somewhere that Spartan as a club, as a domestic club, has probably or arguably produced the most West Indies players in the Caribbean. I think that is a contention. I guess we can give Rashawn some homework and ask him to research that for us.
Definitely. So sure he's got his pen and notepad. Starts research as of now, Rashawn. The number of players from Spartan who've carried on to play for the West Indies.
Yearwood and Ben. Ben is the type of player very difficult to keep quiet. He finds a way to score without a lot of risk. I really have a lot of respect for this young man, Andy.
That's a good way to call it. And he just keeps the scoreboard taking over. Like you said, he's moved up to some 29 runs now, with 40 deliveries, and he just looks so easy at the crease.
Well, young Norville would not want a better mentor with which to bat. New to Queen's Park, Norville. And that was also another feature in Queen's Park in the days of old, days of yore. Big crowds. Lots of people came to Queen's Park to watch games. And there was always that pressure of the spectators breathing down, whether you were a Spartan player or a visiting player.
You're correct. I remember my first Division 1 game here in Queen's Park. Remember all the old straw hut, that influx of spectators, like you rightfully said. They were there in the numbers, but they were never shy of a word to a new player.
Some not very complimentary either. That delivery finishes off the over for our Andre Yearwood. So the game at an interesting stage, Andy, because here we have 5 wickets down. I think this pair here is separating the main batting from the all-rounders. Not that the likes of Shem Holder, for instance, is any slouch with the bat, but I think that this pair here, the Pickwick would want to get past this pair and get down into what they would consider like the latter end of the batting. And it could very well mean the difference between a really imposing total. We go up to Windward, where the
Jordan Reefer,
home team, Jordan Reefer, in ripping form.
Yep. 99 and now 52.
He made 80 odd in the first innings of that match.
Yep.
So 3 consecutive half centuries. This time, one wonders if he may be able to carry on to the 3 figures. So Clark, continuing from the southern end, sorry, the lake end here at Queen's Park. This Queen's Park itself, the Queen's Park, the venue, and the Queen's Park ground, the Spartan Club, steeped in history. Maybe we can talk about that for the rest of the evening.
I'm sure we could carry on, man.
But I don't think we will. I don't think that's what our viewers are expecting of us. Neither are those responsible for compensating us for our time. There we see a look at the areas of the park. Of course, we're now looking out over the river on the eastern side, where that ball has been thrashed by Ben. Sweep shot to a delivery from Clark out on that far side, the Constitution River, running adjacent to the Queen's Park on the eastern edge of the ground. So different season, the dry season here in Barbados. Might make one wonder if you were to come back here, let's say sometime in October, and see Queen's Park, a virtual lake, as has happened on more than one occasion, on numerous occasions.
This is really dry out there.
And a chance, dropping short of that man at forward short leg. That ball kicked from a fairly good length, and a Ben on the back foot. I think it was good enough though to loosen the grip and get that ball to fall just ahead of the forward short leg fielder. It hung in the air momentarily and it looked dangerous, but in the end I will give the batsman the credit for having gotten himself out of that situation.
Yeah, adjusted well in the end, but that one again, sharp spin for Preston Clark, and just trying to hit that one into the leg side, but it got too close to him, and the amount of turn that it really extracted is what did the undoing of Mardon Ben, who really adjusted quickly to live to fight another day.
Well, so that is the completion of that over from Clark, and the bowling. Some 4 bowlers used so far by ESAF Pickwick, and we've seen a brief appearance by the lone right arm seamer in young Jakeem Ford. Other than that, it has been all spin. The right arm variety from Preston Clark and Rashid Edwin, and then the left armer in Rondre Yearwood, who no doubt will continue to bowl. Bend on 32. Norville, who is on 2, has the strike, and he is playing very tentatively at a delivery that I think pitching and spinning past the outside edge prompted the skipper to make an adjustment to his field. He's now going to place the short mid on into the covers. He's brought the cover fielder behind point, as Norville this time is able to pick up the line, which is wide of the off stump, and allows it through to keeper Ford. 190 for 5. Tempo of this game has changed somewhat after that initial burst by the Spartan top order, and this time getting to the pitch of the delivery, Norville. As I said, batting with a very experienced campaigner, Mardon Ben, who would, I'm sure, be guiding the young man and imparting much advice. I would believe that Mardon Ben knows this pitch here in Queen's Park as like the back of his hand. Full delivery. Get some runs here, there's Norville. Some reprieve, and the ball running out to the rope at fine leg. Stray delivery there from Yearwood. Full toss. And Norville just doing the simple thing, just nudging it, just getting back onto it, tickling it down to fine leg.
Yeah, what was turned out to be an excellent over by young Rondre Yearwood, just spoiling it with that final delivery full down the leg side. And Norville getting some bat onto that one and helping it down to the vacant fine leg position to pick up a boundary. Took his tally up to 6 as Spartan goes up to 194 for 5. But like you rightfully said, Mardon Ben knows the conditions here very well. He's been around the Queen's Park side for some time now. And like I said, ever since he got here, he just showcased his abilities as a competent batter. I'm sure Coach Dave Marshall, who we will mention to as a former leg
Another one of the
ex-one that spin bowling in this Queen's Park side. He will be speaking about him, but he knows that this is his linchpin in the middle order, and one who can take it deep into the middle to the lower order. They still have, like you call the likes of Shim Holder a bit earlier, Stephon King, who in their own rights will consider themselves all-rounders.
This delivery on the pad, Bend intelligently taking his bat away, allowing the ball to run into the tight pad. There is a man on at the forward short leg, as we mentioned all day, and also a leg slip, along with Kyle Hope in the slip, as Ben comes on to the front foot and gently taps this one back along the pitch. Again, Bend getting that front pad down the pitch, negating any turn.
Again, showcasing good technique, just getting a long way forward, just taking the silly mid-on position out of play. You can see him just really adjusting well to everything here from Preston Clark.
Down the leg side, not capitalizing there, was bent down on one. He's looking for that sweep shot. I think the ball running off the thigh area, down to the man at leg slip. Rohan Ryan crouches now. Bend again on the appeal for leg before wicket, but again that left leg well down the track, getting in a big stride as they say, and being struck outside the off stop most probably. Umpire Maynard steadfast in his decision. Jones, I keep saying Adrian Maynard. Adrian Maynard, former YMPC player, now playing his trade with the BRC club. Played my club last series of matches. That's probably why that name is so much on my lips. But Clark's over has come to an end. Bend has played out a good over from Clark. And we see the two batters in the middle, no doubt passing on some much needed advice. Mardon Bend as we head back to St. Philip, Burton, the Wayne Daniel Pavilion, another one of the fast bowlers for the Spartan club who has gone on to play for the West Indies, Wayne Daniel.
Yes, one we can't forget. But here at his pavilion, you see the Barbados youth fighting back there 127-7, coming up against the table leaders in Superb Blend, Gladiola.
Seth Smith on 55.
Young wicket-keeper batter. Yeah.
Yes, he has led the what little fight back there has been as we return to base here at Queen's Park. And immediately we have Bend back on strike to Yearwood as the field adjusts for Bend. That man, the extra man on the onside coming back in place. As Bend is coming forward, that ball into the gloves of the keeper. Number of times I would like to suggest that the batsman deliberately not playing at the ball. From our position, it looks as if the batsman might have been beaten. And this time he is beaten, Solomon Ben. Excellent delivery from Andre Yearwood. That one coming back with the arm, and a Bend beaten in flight, choosing to go onto the back foot. And there we see his off stump in fifth gear.
I'll tell you what, Andre Yearwood, he will love that. He's going to be so proud of himself for that one. Getting bent onto the back foot and be deceived by one, like you said, coming back in with the arm. He shouldered arms and had no answer really for excellent delivery from Rondre Yearwood. So Spartan, they've lost their 6th wicket, but more importantly, the big wicket of Mardon Ben to an excellent delivery from Rondre Yearwood. He's picked up a 3rd win, and he continues to be good. 3 for 73 in his 19th over, but putting his team further ahead. 6 wickets to the good.
Beaten and bold. Between the gate, just a small gap, just a small opening, and Yearwood was able to find his way through. So a big strike for Pickwick, getting rid of Maradon Bend at this stage of the innings. I think that is crucial for the Pickwick side. Although the man making his way to the wicket, Shem Holder, is known for his exploits in these types of situations. A very forthright player, as he exhibited in the very first match of the season when Spartan were in a lot worse position than this, and he came out and led a grand recovery. Although in the end, Spartan, with a very weak batting performance in the 2nd innings, succumbed to the defending champions, Wildy.
Yes, but Norville stays there, but Shem Holder, they say the new batter going to the middle, fresh off of that 96 in that first round. Here he is facing up to it's a similar kettle of fish and likes of the left arm spin. You know, the Wildy side, they would have offered a lot of left arm spin to Shem Holder in that first innings, like you rightfully spoke about. But Rondre Yearwood, what an excellent delivery to deceive the well set Mardon Ben.
Well, we look forward to seeing that on the sports news tonight on local television. Appeal for leg before a wicket as Shem Holder, like Ben, getting that front leg down the track. Something that we spoke about, that the Pickwick team also seemed to know, because once Shem Holder comes to the wicket, you notice that the field has been spread far and wide. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, sweeper cover. Yeah, would love to get rid of Shem Holder now before he can do any damage. Well, at least Holder's up and running. The end of an excellent over from Rondre Yearwood, and we've been saying that quite often all afternoon, and maybe we will continue to say so for a long time with the Spartan team. Just 196 for 6 now from some 45 overs. Remember, a minimum of 75 overs scheduled per day, and important landmark in the offing, Andy, that 200 mark, which would bring the first batting points to the Spartan side. 2 points for reaching 100. Pickwick already picking up 2 bowling points, almost unnoticed when they picked up the 5th wicket. That would have given them 2 bowling points. Very important, these bonus points towards the final tally. Makes very interesting reading at the end of the season, you know, to see the amount of points picked up, the bonus points as against the established set points for the various teams.
Yeah, and again, it goes to show where the strength of each team really lies. You know, traditionally, most of the teams will get the maximum bowling points, but it's just the more attuned teams with the batting lineups that would get those allotted batting points. And that's where a difference is in the middle table shows those teams that can get those batting points. They really kind of go higher into the table.
Into the table, yes. Well handled there by Shem Holder. That ball bounced a bit more than normal. Able to keep that man out, short leg out of the play. He's long onto the front foot. So looking to get himself set, Shem Holder. Struck on the pad, gentle inquiry. You know, the Pickwick side, Andy, not very vociferous in appealing. They're not one of the more vehement appealing sides that I have come across. Seem almost apologetic in a number of their appeals to the umpire.
This point, more of inquiries, really.
Down the leg side, beats the keeper, and rushing out towards the boundary at a very fine leg, as umpire Jones belatedly signals for byes. So goes against the record there of Young. Brings up the 200 to that boundary of extras. So exactly 200 for 6. We head back now to Brereton. Seth Smith has found a partner in Joshua Thompson. They're still defying or holding off the Gladiola side. Captain Matthew Jones with a 5-wicket grab though. He's already hauled in some 5 wickets for 45. Wasn't very successful in that last series versus Wildy. But here he is into his own. Different surface, different opposition.
I was just going to mention the surface. We had one at the Gladiola homegrown races, more attuned for the faster bowlers who did the exploits there. Just all of 1 wicket fell to the faster bowlers.
Out of 20.
Out of 20 at the races ground. So here is Captain Matthew Jones in conditions probably a bit more favorable to him, kicking up a 5-foot.
Well, we return to Queen's Park, where Shem Holder is going to be taking up the strike, facing up to Rondre Yearwood. Yearwood is outside the off stump, just watching it carefully into the gloves of the keeper. Not tempted to go chasing after a wide delivery. Their Holder. Short, punched into the offside. They go quickly for 1. They're going to consider a second run, and they're going to get the second run too. That's good running.
Yeah, very alert. There was Jaden Norville from the non-striker, just running the first one very hard and coming back for an easy second eventually as he pushed his man Shem Holder to come back for a second. But a good spell of ball in here between the spinners, Wayne Rondre Yearwood and Clark from the southern end, just holding things together, not giving up any boundaries. So this is pretty good bowling.
Faster delivery, very faster delivery, much faster delivery. Well taken by the keeper. But yes, Holder, be experienced enough to know that Spartan is nowhere near where they really would want to be, and towards the target they would aspire. I think even from here, and given the start they had, anything less than 300 would be below the ambition.
Yeah, Coach Dave Marshall, he tell you he'd be very disappointed if they didn't get up to a 300 run total here of what looks to be a very good batting pitch. And with the start that they had, to tell you that start between Captain Kim Springer and young Achilles Brown, and then Akil Greenwich just getting himself a start as well, Mardon Ben. But no one's really carried on, really, and that would be to be the disappointment of the Spartan side on the what looks like you said
struck
to be
on
a
the
very
pad.
good pitch.
Struck on the back leg. The one got through again. Norville looking to turn the delivery into the onside, but probably clearly missing leg stump. And Yearwood, 20 overs he has bowled, a spell in broken only by the interval for lunch. 3 for 78. And Clark to continue. Clark taking over from Edwin, who did a decent job too in getting among the wickets, and I think that helped to really stem the advance of the Spartan side. Those 4 wickets that Edwin and Yearwood were able to grab just in that latter half of the first session. But it's going to be Clark to continue. Preston Clark. Still with a heavy leg side bias. And the holder showing immaculate defense. Baton pad close together. So the tempo just ebbing and flowing here. We've gone into one of the quieter periods of the innings. As Clark is again into holders down the leg side. The ball picked up at forward short leg. The fielder at forward short leg. Rashid Edwin at leg slip. And off the front foot again. Again off the pad. So that man at forward short leg hasn't accounted for any of the wickets, but he's been very active, particularly to the off spinners from this southern end. This delivery is seeing holder going onto the back foot, the ball spinning down the leg side on pitching. Getting through the over quite quickly. Clark is again just outside that off stump, and holder is again thrusting that front leg forward. Lovely evening here in Queen's Park. Off the outside edge, guided though, I think off the outer half of the bat, I should say, to the credit of the batsman Shem Holder, and picking up a couple of runs. A deliberate shot, getting forward and then running it wide of Kyle Hope at slip to pick up a couple of runs at the end of another Preston Clark over. So Clark 1 for 49 from 17 as we head back to Beccles Road, where Hans Campbell is on the threshold of an Elite Division century.
I think we're at Bank Hall, and this one's at Bank Hall.
Empire
Yes.
at Bank Hall. Yes, so you see my friend, the Carrington residence there behind the wall at the southern end. As Campbell picks up. Well, partly the ball has gone into the boundary at backward square, so he's 100. Celebrating in fine style, Hans Campbell returning to Elite Division cricket after a spell at the start of the season in the first division, and repaying those who showed the confidence in him with 100, exactly 100 of 123 at Bank Hall, the home of champions.
A good innings by the young man, picking up a century. So just another one of those growing centuries in the Elite Division win. So congratulations to Hans Campbell.
It's Norville again, picking up an early single, or a single early in the over. I think he's done that now consistently for about 3 or 4 overs. And it brings Shem Holder. Shem Holder, who's been taken 19 deliveries over 6 runs, stroking this one back along the pitch, fielded by the bowler in his follow through. Coming forward, long forward, and ball running away square. So nothing being given by either team here, Andy.
It's that period of cricket, like I said, where a partnership is badly needed, and you got the experienced Shem Holder there, just to guide the more junior player in Jaden Norville, who's again a very useful lower order batter. Win. He's one who came into Queen's Park last year and did well enough to help his team led back to that promotion and he's very watchful. Like you said, he's batting smart, picking up those early singles, allowing the experienced batter in Shem Holder to get majority of the strike.
Quicker delivery on the back foot, hit striking the outside part of the pad. And another muted appeal, because that one clearly is striking the batter high, and it also struck him on the outside of that front pad as he went onto the back foot, looking to work that one into the onside. Gets a leg by in the meantime and retains the strike at the end of the 49th over, with now Spartan 208 for 6. Top score of 63 coming from skipper Hakeem Springer at the top of the order. Achilles Brown, who had 2 bites at it, coming for 44, actually having retired his innings when he was 17 before coming back at the fall of the first wicket. So still no change. So it's something of an attritional battle between these two teams, a sparring situation we see here. Preston Clark continues from that southern end, and this one is hit out towards long on. They go quickly for one. Good work though by Zandria Baptiste, closing in on that ball rather quickly. Baptiste, one of the numerous off spinners in this Pickwick lineup, yet to see a ball. We've had some 49 overs, and he's yet to see a ball.
Yeah, I'm sure he must be fancying himself for getting the spell in this innings. Preston Clark, who ever since the lunch period, when he's looked very good.
Norville releasing the shackles, and out of nowhere, he sent this one soaring over long off. 6 to him. Well played.
Yes, and this is what we became accustomed to know from Jaden Norville. I saw him in the first division last season, and these are some of the shots that we grew accustomed to seeing from the young man. Like you said, just getting himself set, a delivery outside the off stump with given and a bit on the full side, and capitalizing on that delivery to pick up a maximum.
Just waiting on it. The mid-off is in the circle, the imaginary circle. So once he makes good contact, no danger in that shot. There is a man at long on, but he deliberately looked to go over the offside. This is a quicker delivery down the leg side. Again, good work by keeper Ford, skipping around, taking it cleanly. Diminutive figure, Jaden Norville. Another dot. So normal service resume after that expansive hit over long off. Down the leg side, so Clark getting the radar slightly askew. A couple of deliveries there like these last couple of overs, and not really applying the pressure, especially with those two close fielders under the bat. So we're quite keen to see what the captain does as far as implementing any change of bowling is concerned. As we mentioned, we haven't seen Baptiste. We saw Edwin, another one of those seasoned campaigners, playing his part by picking up a couple of wickets.
You've seen Gladiola pick up another wicket as Seth Smith. He remains there on 64. And Carrington, he's joined him at the crease. Looks like Jaden Hoyt. He's picked up his first wicket. The off spinner. Here's a delivery from Smith, just driven into the cover region for no score. But yeah, but back here at the middle, you see, seems to be warming up now. Is the off spinner you spoke about. You can see him right in front of us here. Zandria Baptiste, so he's probably looking for his first spell, but it's going to be Rondre Yearwood to continue in. 3 overs for 79 from 21 overs, 3 for 79 from 21 overs, and he continues to be deceptive with that arm ball that we spoke about. And then also, you can see him just taking the ball away from the right hand batter
From time to time.
from time to time.
Yes. So he continues. Long spell from him. Passes umpire Prescott. And this one is a lot straighter. Turned down towards the short leg fielder by Holder. Then rehearses a shot where he plays with a lot straighter bat, the full face of the bat. Onto the front foot again, guiding this one. So not prepared to take any chances, Shem Holder. We spoke about his ability as a striker of the ball, but I think reading the situation and deciding that he has got a different role to play here. Looks to be setting himself for the long haul.
Yeah, but it's been good bowling as well. I don't think you want a chance your hand against two bowlers who've been very accurate, really just bowling this ball on or about the off stump, and you don't want to take chances. So this is good batting by Shem Holder. Like you said, he's experienced. He plays at the first class level, and here he is. His team needs him to really put his head down and build innings here and really try to get a good partnership going with Jaden Norville.
Case of biding his time. Shem Holder gets himself down at the non-striker's end. As Norville, it's 1-2 to the keeper, removing the bails, but the batter well grounded in his crease. So weary looking Rondre Yearwood takes his hat from umpire Prescott. Hands akimbo, just trying to work out how he's going to get this next wicket, or how he can get this next wicket. Don't think he'll be too keen to put the ball down anytime soon.
22 overs when on the trot, 3 for 80. So he's really done his work from that, the northern end, picking up scalps, very important scalps as well. You see him picking up that big one in particular of Mardon Ben. I'm the latest, and I'm sure he'll be very happy for that. He's also added Akil Greenwich and Teron Gibson, the wicket keeper, to his tally.
Well, Andy, you have called it. And Zondre Baptiste, another one of the off-spinning all-rounders in this Pickwick lineup, gets his first ball for the day, bowling to a very similar field to that employed for Preston Clark. Baptiste gets one to bounce prodigiously, and Holder looking to pull the bat away as this one hits him somewhere in the stomach area. That ball bounced so generously. I haven't seen a lot of Baptiste, Andy, I must admit. I've heard of him, I know of him, but I haven't been in position to see a lot of him.
I can tell you, fellow commentator Rashawn Hackett, he's going to come calling soon, and he'll have quite a lot to tell you about him, one of his former teammates. But a good off spinner, when he played age group cricket for Barbados Youth, and he's here. You can see this one hit it out to low on.
Truck, and the catch is taken. So Baptiste striking in his very first over. Holder for once looking to go big, looking to go down the ground, and only succeeding in holding out to Ivan Grant out there at the long on position. And Andy, your change has definitely worked. Say something about your captaincy and tactical awareness.
A very astute leader when it comes to a cricket game. But yeah, you can see them getting a bit accustomed to what would have been a quicker type of like off spinner in Preston Clark. But Baptiste, he be one of lesser pace, slower in the air, and just trying to really spin it. And you saw Shem Holder getting the one a bit flighted, generous in flight, and didn't get all of it and held out to Grant out there at the low on position. So further wicket goes down for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side, losing their 7th, that of the informed Shem Holder, who was good enough to get it to 96 in his first innings at the first round of games. But it's left up now to Stefan King, the new batter, to join Jaden Norville.
Well, actually, almost a case of a holder running out of patience, because he did show real good patience for the entirety of his innings. Was very, very discriminatory in his shot selection, and there he was induced by the new bowler. I think, as you mentioned, the new bowler coming into the attack would have caused that indiscretion, believing that he can get after the new bowler. And the last laugh is with Baptiste.
Yeah, being introduced into the 52nd over of the innings and picking up an early scalp to him. So kudos to young Baptiste. Like you said, he's one of those off spinners who tries to spin the ball away, and he tries to impart a lot of spin onto it. Slow in nature, just variations, as opposed to someone who's a bit quicker like Clark, like I said. So good to see him into the wickets immediately. Stefan King, again, no slouch with the bat. Consider himself an all-rounder, and he'll be needed for his team to add some lower order runs here.
Yes, 7 wickets down. Baptiste will be buoyed with that early success. King is immediately off the mark. So Holder going for 8. Look through the scorecard for the Spartan team. As for the first time now, Baptiste will be bowling to Norville. Off the back foot, drops it in front of him, no run. So Akim Springer 63, Achilles Brown 44, Akilman is 24, Teron Gibson 13, Maradon Bend 32, Kevion Newton 3, Jaden Norville still there, not out 15. This is a drive off the outside edge, beats over the head of the slip fielder. So I think throwing everything at that delivery, and as a matter of fact, not making any contact with it. The ball ricocheting off the gloves of the keeper and running down to third for a couple of extras, a couple of buys. They've been very prominent, the extras.
Some 14 buys.
Some 14 buys, yes, it is.
One no ball and one leg bye.
16 extras altogether, so generous contribution. It also says that the pitch has not been as easy as it may have looked to us as far as the keeper is concerned.
Well, I'll tell you, it's the generous spin and the bounce really has been to the undoing of young Shamar Ford, the keeper. Not very well equipped with some of those spinning balls down the leg side of the bounce in between the bottom part, really. So it's been pretty difficult for him in particular as a gloveman. But I tell you what, I think it's still a very good batting pitch. Win.
290.
I'm going to leave you, and Rashawn Hackett is going to come and call in.
Out, in and out goes Stefan King. Oh, so simple. Again, everything that this man Andy Payne touches turns to goal. He made a change in the field, and Baptiste got a wicket. Then he changed himself in the commentary box for Rashawn Hackett, and immediately he's also struck again. So King gone for just one. Another one to Rondre Yearwood. Simple cotton bolt. So we welcome Rashawn back to the hot seat.
A very good afternoon to you, Wayne, and good afternoon to the viewers. I came back at an exciting time where Rondre Yearwood picked up yet another wicket, taking his figures to a fantastic 4 wickets for 80 runs in his 23rd over. What a superb spell of bowling this is. A comeback from the Pickwick side after a morning session that didn't favor them, Wayne. A lot of runs, a lot of boundaries conceded. They've came back and picked up 8 wickets in superb form. What good play this was from Pickwick.
Well, yes, they have done very well, led manfully by, as you pointed out earlier, their leading wicket taker in the early part of the season, Rondre Yearwood, and he has stuck manfully to his task of being the spearhead of this bowling attack, an attack built around mainly spin bowling. he's had some decent assistance from a number of the other bowlers, Preston Clark and Rashid Edwin, and more recently Zondre Baptiste, as Spartan now reduced to 219 for 8. And an interesting contentious point would be whether they are able to get up now to 250 and get at least one more batting point. I think the odds very much out of their favor as things stand, with Neil Prasad, the new batter, coming at number 10. No great pretensions with the bat. Prasad, he's been known to be a bit plucky from time to time. Played a couple of quite handy knocks for Spartan. One of those very integral to Spartan's capture of the first division competition last year, and their return to the highest league.
Yes, Wayne, I don't think that you could have described that any better of what has been happening in this game up to this point. Rondre Yearwood, he has spearheaded this bowling attack, picking up wickets, doing what he normally does, and he's been ably supported by the likes of Preston Clark, Rashid Edwin, and most recently Zondre Baptiste, who picked up that prize wicket of Shem Holder. So this has been a fantastic turnaround for the Pickwick side, and we see Rondre Yearwood continuing his excellence, continuing asking the batsmen questions, and I'm sure he'll be hunting for this 5-wicket haul here today.
Well, yes, he definitely would be. Prize 5th wicket to return. Full toss, looks for a big hit. I distinctly heard that ball off the inside edge onto the bat, so a bat and pad involved, but missing a full pitch delivery there. Prasad, as Rondre Yearwood wraps up yet another over. 4 for 80, his figures from some 23 overs. 23 overs bowled basically on the trot, with just an interruption for the luncheon break. But he has commanded that northern end since replacing the medium pacer Jakeem Ford in the first spell. I think he would have bowled from the 9th over of the innings. I think Ford bowled 4, so yes, he would have bowled from the 9th over of the innings, and he's gone on unbroken. Now we've had some 53.
Yes, Rondre Yearwood been very impactful for this Pickwick side, and currently we see Zondre Baptiste coming from the other end, Wayne. One who I heard you tell Andy that I'll have a lot to say about him because you know he was my schoolmate.
Well, no, to be honest, it wasn't me who said that to Andy. It's Andy that said that to me.
Oh, my apologies. But yes, Zondre Baptiste into the attack and making an immediate impact. He is also a bowler that is very aggressive in his bowling style. He varies his pace, he varies his line and lengths, and he's very skilled in his approach. And we saw it last over coming out where he picked up that wicket of Shem Holder with a slower delivery. Shem Holder just trying to bludgeon that one out of the park, and he was caught down on that long on boundary. So Zondre Baptiste comes in to Jaden Norville.
Interesting hop, spreading of the arms as he goes into a rather eye-catching approach to the wicket.
Yes, a very interesting run-up indeed. I know heard someone ask if he's doing triple jump.
Or gymnastics, it looks like. In the air, hit out, but falling short of the long off fielder. Ball not traveling very far, apparently looking to go inside out. There was Norville. Picking up another couple. So there is a fielder now at long off for Norville. Him having struck that lofted drive over long off the bowling of Clark a bit earlier. Pushed into the offside and a good quick single taken. A little late in the start was sought, but the single was always on. Never any danger. So Rashawn, I did tell you to prepare for your history lesson. And we mentioned to Andy this Queen's Park, both the cricket ground and the Queen's Park in its entirety, very much steeped in history. There's so much to be said about this area. But I'm going to start by posing a question, which I believe I may very well have to answer, but I will still pose the question. Are you aware that there was a time when two teams playing in the first division, which is then the first division before the advent of the Elite Division, shared Queen's Park as a home ground?
I'm not aware of that, Wayne. Which two teams shared Queen's Park as a home ground? That ball goes up in the air, and Baptiste picks up his second wicket. Neil Prasad, he has to go for no runs. Another flighted delivery from Zondre Baptiste. Neil Prasad just going after it, and he just doesn't get it good, and it goes right up in the air, and Baptiste strikes again.
Another batter holding out against Baptiste. The deceptive spin from Baptiste, and luring Prasad into that lofted drive, looking to go down the ground, and just managing to get it just on the onside of the wicket behind the non-striker's end. And it looks like Rohan Ryan it was.
Yes, it did look like Rohan Ryan taking that catch.
Moved around to effect the catch. And now Spartan have declined somewhat. After a very, very promising beginning, they have now slumped, you can almost say, to 9 wickets down as we continue to have a look at things up at Brereton, the Wayne Daniel Pavilion, and former West Indies fast bowler Miguel Cummins in the attack, with Seth Smith very much in danger of running out of partners, though. He is 86 not out, but he's batting with the last man, and that will be the question: would young Trevor Carrington be able to hold on long enough to see Smith given the opportunity to record 3 figures?
Well, that last shot would say that he's very capable. He just guided that one through the offside into the boundary for 4 runs. Seth Smith, another QC boy, a Barry Ford product. I'm sure that Mr. Ford will be watching this innings and very, very happy with what he's seeing. Seth Smith, he's been a performer in and out of the years, represented Barbados at the under 15 level, and now he's hunting for a spot in the under 19 team. He's in good form, and I'm sure that the selectors will be having a look at this innings and be very pleased with it.
Well, I just want to remind our viewers that here at Queen's Park, we're not missing any play. We're actually into a refreshment break with the umpires, particularly seems to be the one more in need of the liquid. None of the players actually are partaking in the liquid refreshment, just umpires Jones and Prescott. But yes, Seth Smith, another one of these names who have crept up onto the local scene since last season, playing for the BCA Youth and continuing this season as Cummins, not the tear away as he used to be back in the day. See 2 wickets to Stephon Griffith at the top, but Matthew Jones, the Gladiola captain, with 5 for 61. He has been the one to really wreck the batting of the BCA Youth, who have done well though to recover from a very early precarious position to 178, rallying around this dour knock from Seth Smith, 86 from 111 deliveries. So not doing himself any harm. You say that there's some competition, Rashawn, for the wicketkeeper's place in the under 19 side, which is preparing for the regional Rising Stars competition later.
Yes, Seth Smith and Kalani Clark are both 2 wicket-keeping batsmen who are currently present on the scene at the youth level, so I'm sure that those 2 would be battling it out for a spot. Who gets the gloves? They're both very capable wicket-keepers. They're both very talented batsmen who are known for scoring runs, so I'm sure that these 2 boys will be in the mix-up most likely. I'm not a selector, but from their recent performances, I'm sure that there will be any mix-up when the team is being selected, and we'll see who gets the gloves in the end.
Well, yes, we'll make a note of that and continue to monitor that situation.
Yes, Wayne, but I don't want you to forget, before the wicket fell, you were asking me a question about the 2 teams that shared Queen's Park.
Well, yes, as I was mentioning, well, obviously one is Spartan. But the police team used to share Queen's Park with this the Spartan side over the years. I can even go as far as to say that there were two separate pavilions, two separate clubhouses for police and Spartan. And this was in my lifetime. I remember as a very young child, a young boy, coming into Queen's Park and seeing these two buildings. Actually, I was privileged to play at the new Weymouth Air facility when police moved over there sometime in the 70s while I was still at school, playing for the Lord's School. Remember that would have been in the early days. There was always the Weymouth B cricket field, which was very, very heavily used back in time for the second division and for BCL cricket, and the transport board used to have that ground as a home ground. But the Weymouth A, I shouldn't say recent, no, I mean this is ever since the 70s, but a later development, let's put it that way. So police used to share Queen's Park with the Spartan club, as we see a big swing there by Norville now. He too is conscious that he is running out of partners, and Spartan now at 224 for 9, very much in danger of not reaching that 250 mark. But Andrea Marshall, a very, very experienced, another one of these seasoned, experienced campaigners. He knows how to stick around and defend his wicket. As Yearwood looking for that 5th scalp, seeing Norville in defense. So we'll be keen to see how Norville in particular handles this situation in trying to shepherd this last wicket partnership.
Yes, as you mentioned, Andre Marshall, he's the last batsman, but he's no slouch with the bat, a very experienced campaigner of this Spartan side, so he can hold his own. Norville, I'm sure he'll be looking to get as many runs as possible before this innings comes to an end. He's on 20.
Wouldn't want to be taking any undue risks. Norville, there he is, buckling in behind another good, accurate Rondre Yearwood delivery. Full of Mr. Consistency it has been for Yearwood, pitching this one up, looking for the big hit. He's going to land it safely in front of Antonio Morris out there at long off. So this is a case of not hitting it as well as he would have liked Norville, being to his benefit. Ball falling into an empty space, that deep area at the north of the ground. So it brings the last man on strike. So Yearwood would want to produce his best. Look for this 5th wicket. Couple of fielders crouched around the bat. The slip, leg slip, forward short leg, short, mid wicket, all in place as Marshall is pushing out and pulling the bat inside the delivery, allowing it to strike him high on the pad. He survives that last delivery from Yearwood, and Spartan 225 for 9 from 55 overs. Still 25 runs away from at least another batting point.
Yeah, still 25 runs away, but by no means out of reach. There's the set Norville there at the crease, and Andre Marshall. We previously alluded to the fact that he is capable of holding his own, but I'm sure that Pickwick will try their hardest to prevent this from happening. As we see Zondre Baptiste, he comes back for another over, having picked up 2 quick wickets. He'll be looking to clean up this innings and get the Pickwick side off of the field. It's been a long innings. They've been out there all day in this sun, so I'm sure that they'll be looking to have a knock now, and some of the players would get a bit of a rest.
Pickwick and Spartan, 2 of the oldest clubs in Barbados. Actually, the only club older than Pickwick would be Wanderers. Pickwick having been formed in 1882, and Spartan coming a decade later in 1893. And these two clubs cracked away. This is going to get close to the boundary. Chase for Yearwood from cover. The ball is going to win the race. The umpires are going to deliberate as to whether that one went into the rope. And yes, I think that was the right decision made. From our position here, Rashawn, we could clearly see the ball just about making it across the line.
Yes, a good shot there from Norville, just making a bit of room, hitting that one to the offside, and it ran all the way into the boundary. Yearwood give chase, but it was not enough. So Baptiste, he comes back in.
As he's getting a delivery. I think the strike low on the glove there as Norville looking to stretch forward. Can't get too very far forward. Still a very diminutive figure. As he comes forward this time, beaten on the other edge of the bat. So it tells me that Baptiste also possesses that ability to slide the ball with the arm away from the right hander.
Yes, Baptiste is a very, very clever bowler, and he possesses a lot of variation in his artillery. He's one that is capable of taking a lot of wickets. That one is struck.
Hit beautifully. One bounce across the rope at deep cover. Again, looking to play that inside-out shot. Lofted drive in Norville, and succeeding this time. No one in the deep on the offside, well over the head of Yearwood in that cover. And 4 much needed runs to the Spartan cause.
Baptiste just guilty of getting a bit too close to Norville and allowing him to just free up his hands and hit that one powerfully over the offside. And he picks up another 4, taking his tally up to 29 as Spartan ease closer to that 250. They're 233 for 9, so I'm sure they want to get these additional 17 runs to get up to that extra batting point.
29 valuable runs. Baptiste, in that unique style of his, is beating the outer edge and keeping Norville on strike. I think that may be very key and exactly what he would have wanted to achieve, keeping Norville on strike, exposing the number 11, Andrea Yearwood, to Andrea Yearwood, who has been without doubt the best bowler on display here for Pickwick today. But as I was mentioning to you, Rashawn, these two clubs, the history of these clubs very much wrapped up in the sociology of the country. You know, Spartan almost against the grain. The first club that was not exclusively white to be formed and perform at the higher level here in the country. Before that, it was the Pickwick and Wanderers, which did not allow for the cat and mouse being played there. Eventually, I think better sense prevailed. They didn't go for the single. But I don't know if what you been studying? What are you studying at the university, Rashawn?
Well, I'm currently studying sports science, so some of my courses would have included sports psychology. I would have also did a course, Intro to Management. There was Intro to Statistics and Professional Writing. I haven't quite gotten into the bits and grits of sports sciences yet, because in that first year you have to do a lot of foundational courses. So the only real sports related course I did was that sports psychology course, which I did learn a lot from and I found very, very helpful.
Still, so you have I don't know if you know your homework assignment for tonight.
I do not. You have to tell me what's my homework.
Myself and Andy decided that we're going to ask you to do your research on the number of players with connections to Spartan who have gone on to play for the West Indies at the international level. And then there's a second part to the question, whether Spartan has been the most prolific club in the West Indies as far as the numbers of players who have gone on to play at that highest level. So that is the homework assignment for tonight.
All right, Wayne. So I will do my homework tonight. The number of players from Spartan that have gone on to play for the West Indies, and whether or not Spartan has been the most prolific club in producing West Indian players. Do I have that correct?
Well, yes, you've got it perfectly correct. So you get 1 mark for getting that correct. Now you got to work for the other 99.
No problem, man. 57 overs come to an end. 233 for the loss of 9. So Spartan still battling with the bat.
And the captain, Springer, relaxing away from the action in the main pavilion, sitting on that long-standing scoreboard here in Queen's Park. I think I remember when the scoreboard was actually changed in the park. It used to be a little bit closer here to the edge, the western edge of the Keith and Clyde Walcott Pavilion. You know, some very prominent names associated with the Spartan club. This one goes high, offers a chance to Ivan Grant, who takes an excellent catch. Well judged by Ivan Grant, sprinting around from his position at long on to his left. It took a lot of catching, but he was able to catch it with it, take the catch over his head, gives Baptiste a 3rd wicket. Spartan fall all out.
Yes, Spartan, they're all out, and it was a superb catch from Preston Clark indeed. Taking that.
Clark, sorry.
Yes, Preston Clark taking that beautiful catch on the boundary, running around to his left and just taking that one above his head. Brilliant catch by Preston Clark to finish the Spartan innings, so they do not get up to that 250 run mark. They finish on 233 for 10, which means that this ESAF Pickwick side requires 234 for this first innings points. They'll be looking to get those runs as Spartan have been dismissed for 233.
Magnificent comeback though by the Pickwick side. They looked somewhat beleaguered when particularly Akeem Springer and Achilles Brown were really hunting leather in the early stages of this innings. They won the toss and elected to bat. The conditions seemed perfect for a runs fest and for an onslaught by the batters, but ever since that breakthrough from the Spartans side, from the Pickwick side, Rondre Yearwood in particular, making those first incisions, and ever since then it has been something of a much closer battle, and I dare say a struggle for the rest of the Spartan batsmen, and Pickwick doing excellently to haul themselves right back into this match, dismissing Spartan well below 250, when at one point it seemed almost certain that Spartan would go on to a total somewhere close to the 300 run mark, as we have another look at that very, very well taken catch by Preston Clark, moving very well, effectively keeping his eyes on the ball all the way and getting himself into a good solid position to take the catch while still on the move. Very much appreciated, I'm sure, by the bowler and his captain. So now the Spartan side all out for 233 as the groundsperson here does some repairs out in the middle. I think it would only be fitting, Rashawn, if we could do a run through of the scorecard, and of course Akeem Springer at the top leading by example. The Spartan captain, he was out, caught at slip by Kyle Hope of the bowling of Rashid Edwin for 63. Achilles Brown caught by Rondre Yearwood, also of Edwin, for 44. But before them, Akil Greenwich, the first man dismissed, bowled by Rondre Yearwood for 24, and basically opening the way for Pickwick to force themselves back into the game. Teron Gibson was caught at slip. Excellent catch taken by Kyle Hope at slip of the bowling of Rondre Yearwood for 13. Maradon Bend threatened for quite a while before he was dismissed for 32 with 4 fours and a 6 off 54 deliveries. Also bowled by Rondre Yearwood. Kevion Newton never looked comfortable, struggled for his 3 runs from 24 deliveries. He was bowled by Preston Clark immediately after the lunch break. Jaden Norville, as we just saw, the last man dismissed, holding the bottom together for a while, and before he was holing out to that excellent catch by Preston Clark of Zondre Baptiste for 29. Shem Holder caught by Clark also in the deep of Baptiste for 8. And Stephon King caught on board in a very short stage, just the 2 deliveries. Caught on board by King for 1. And Neil Prasad, he also went for no score, caught by Rohan Ryan of Zondre Baptiste, who came in towards the end and wrapped up the lower end of the innings after being kept out of the attack for some 52 overs. Rashawn, I'm going to charge you with the responsibility of speaking to our next very special guest, none other than, I'm not even going to introduce, I'll allow you the privilege of introducing your guest. Over to you, Rashawn.
Absolutely no problem, Wayne. Yes, so now joining us in the commentary booth is today's pick of the bowlers, Rondre Yearwood. Not just today's pick of the bowlers, but this season's pick of the bowlers so far, as he takes his tally up to 18 wickets. Rondre, superb spell of bowling today, picking up 4 wickets for 81 runs in that marathon spell where you bowled 25 overs. Walk me through that performance today, and how do you find it?
Well, I'm a bit tired, to be honest, because I 25 overs straight. But I think it was okay so far. It was a good spell. Tried to bowl the ball straight at the stumps. Sometimes it was a little weight, but can't control everything.
Yes, that is very true. And you talked about bowling those balls straight at the stumps. And we saw a few of your wickets where you set up batsmen magnificently, just beating them on the outside edge and then throwing that arm ball in them. We saw Maradon Ben. He actually left one on the stumps. How pleased were you with those dismissals? And talk me through the planning to dismiss batsmen in those ways.
Sometimes it's be an error. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes the ball just overspin and continue with the arm, like bang one mistake and just continue. That was a great ball, to be honest. I was very pleased with that one.
And let's talk about the season now. You've been performing so well all season. Been the pick of the bowlers for the Pickwick side, picking up 2 5-wicket hauls, and now today you've added a 4-wicket haul to that. How much have you been enjoying this season?
Well, it was a good start so far. I would like to continue it as much as I can. I try to just get 3 wickets every innings, and then whatever else I add.
Most definitely, Rondre. And your side has done the part with the ball. What would you expect now from the batsmen to get this first innings lead?
Just to be consistent, watch the ball onto the bat, and score the runs.
Most definitely. Now let's talk a bit more about the pitch, Rondre. Obviously a pitch that favored the batsmen. Spartan having won the toss and elected to bat. Now, it's one that is known for a lot of runs, but you came on and immediately found reward in that wicket. How did you find the conditions for bowling today, and how did you go about picking up your wickets?
Well, I realized the pitch was a little slow and had a lot of bounce in it, so once I bowled the ball full, it would I naturally get a lot of bounce, so it would help me along the way.
And something else that I also picked up was that partnership with bowling with you and Preston Clark. He more so was doing the restricting, and you were more experimental, varying your pace, varying your line and length to pick up the wickets. Is that something that is normally planned between you two guys, or is it something that just fell into place today?
It fell into place today, but I would like Preston to take more wickets. I believe in Preston a lot.
I also believe in Preston. He's also a very skilled bowler, but today he played the holding role, just being very economical. Rondre, I thank you very much. I'm not going to hold you up any longer. I know that you said you were tired, so I thank you and congrats once again. I wish you all the best for the remainder of this season.
No problem, thanks.
Yes, so you now heard it from Rondre Yearwood. 4 wickets for 81 runs in his 25 overs. The pick of the bowlers for the Pickwick side today. Yeah, so we now see a bit of work going on at the wicket. That's the ground curator just rolling the pitch, preparing for this second innings with Pickwick. They'll be coming out to have a bat shortly. We see the Spartan side having a warm-up. That's Coach Dave Marshall going to run through the paces, going to run through some catching with his players. We see the wicket keeper, Teron Gibson, just having some catching drills there. And very interestingly, there's also a few that are putting on pads. So similarly to the Pickwick side, we will see Spartan, starting with a short leg in place. That's Akil Greenwich. He's putting on his pads, but joining me back in the commentary area is Wayne Holder.
Well, yes, while Humphrey makes sure he gives the pitch that role requested by the Pickwick team to be prepared to get the Pickwick reply to Spartans innings started. As we are back at Bank Hall, young Kobe Williams with 3 wickets so far, and Campbell still very much at the wicket, opening the batting today, and he has remained steadfast in the UWA lineup, 121. The veteran player Jonathan Carter these days batting down as low as number 7 for UWA.
Yes, Jonathan Carter, he just mainly plays that leadership role in the team. It's something that we spoke about last game with the likes of Ashley Nurse, who also bats down the order. Jonathan Carter, he also does the same, just plays more of a guiding role to the youngsters in his side. But he's currently at the crease joining Hans Campbell, who played a magnificent, a Superman innings today. He's still there at the crease, 121 runs from 147 deliveries. He is showing his worth here in the Elite Division. His first time for the season, having been promoted from the first division level, and he's immediately showing his worth with a fantastic century. He is one that I'm sure will continue in this Elite Division after this knock.
Well, taking good advantage of the excellent batting conditions. UWA at 244 for the loss of 5 wickets. So looking for that next batting point once they achieve 250. I think the umpire looks like Leon Lane standing backing us. And Joshua Haynes, the bowler from the northern end at Bank Hall, the pavilion end.
Yes, Hans Campbell just in and behind that one, still being very watchful, although he's past the century.
Digging in there for his side, UWA. A scary beginning for anyone with an interest in UWA when they succumb so easily to defeat by Guardiola in that first series of matches. I'm sure there were a number of concerned persons for the prospects for the season for UWA.
Yes, I'm sure that there would have been a bit of concern going down that easily. Aside with so much quality, UE would have succumbed to Gladiola, but they bounced back very, very strongly, having picked up a win in their last game over a strong side YMPC, and now they're showing their skills here once again at 244 for 5. So they've already picked up quite a few batting points. They'll now be looking to get to that 250 mark. Hans Campbell pulling that one, and it looks to be a drop catch from the reaction of the bowler.
Yes, because the batters, it couldn't be a boundary because the batsman came through for 1. A short delivery, looking to tap it around the corner was Campbell. Very casual looking shot, the ball off the top edge. And whoever that fielder was at backward square is not going to be a favorite person for Joshua Haynes for the rest of the evening.
Most definitely not. I'm sure that he'll be very livid. It's never easy when you're bowling and a batsman is put down who has already scored a century. I'm sure that Hans Campbell, though, he'll be looking to dig in and get a very big score here. At the rate he's going at, Wayne, what is stopping him from going on to get potentially 150, maybe even a double? He's batting so well.
Well, he's going to need support from the other end for sure. That is one thing that he's going to need. And he may very well need some more of that luck that he just enjoyed.
Yes, you did mention that support, rightfully so, but he has that in the likes of Jonathan Carter. He brings experience to the side, so I'm sure that Jonathan Carter will just look to guide him through this innings and be telling him continue to bat for as long as he possibly can to go on and get a very big score.
In the meantime, the players and the match officials, but the umpires, have returned to the middle here at Queen's Park. Things a lot cooler as we sit in our position. It's been rather hot, dusty, windy day, Rashawn. And things have gotten quite a bit cooler now. Earlier today, not a speck of cloud in the sky. Now we've got some cloud cover.
Yes, there's a bit of cloud cover today. Earlier we had very, very hot conditions, as you just mentioned, but I'm sure that both teams will be happy for this cloud cover.
Well, particularly the fielding team.
Yes, particularly the fielding team.
So, let's see. Stephon King, right arm medium fast from the lake end, the southern end of the ground. And his first delivery to Craig Holder. The opener is turned into the onside. Holder goes for a few exploratory steps down the wicket, thinking of a single, sent back by
Micaiah Simmons.
his partner Micaiah Simmons.
Yeah, so this opening pair, Craig Holder and Micaiah Simmons, they both would have picked up scores in the competition so far. Craig Holder, in his 4 innings, he's amassed 87 runs, picking up a top score of 64 from 102 deliveries versus the BCA youth team. And Micaiah Simmons, he also would have scored 62 runs in his 2 innings.
Edged, falling in front of the slip fielder Maradon Ben, that third slip. And a single hard as the ball slips through his fingers. He did get a hand to it, but the ball falling well short of it.
Yes, and that brings Micaiah Simmons on to strike, who would have picked up a score last innings. He would have scored 58 versus Wanderers. So both batsmen who are in form, and I'm sure that they'll be looking to continue this good form here today. Interestingly, Wayne, Micaiah Simmons, he didn't start this season with the elite side. His first game was with the intermediate division, but he's been promoted, and he's here looking to state his claim in the elite division for this Pickwick side.
Well, a left-hand, right-hand situation here for ESA Field Pickwick. Craig Holder, the left-hander, and right-handed Simmons facing up to King, and watches the delivery, tucked his bat inside close to his body, and watches the ball throw to wicketkeeper Teron Gibson. So we see, am I correct in saying 3 slips in the gully, or 2 slips in the gully, or 3 slips? The angle here has me a bit unsure. There's also a backward point, a cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. Just 2 men on the onside. Stephon King, known very much for his prominent outswinger and his movement away from the right-handed batters.
Yes, Stephon King, we saw him previously in the Keith Boyce Memorial Tournament finals. We know his ability to swing that ball. He's very skillful. Not the fastest in terms of having express pace, but he's very, very skillful, and he brings experience to this Spartan side. Micaiah Simmons, he faces up. Early on in the innings, when we see just a slight step there from Micaiah Simmons, just looking to get down to that delivery and cut down on the swing.
Well, that's one way of playing swing bowling, especially a predictable outswing.
Yes, he's also another guy that I would have went to QC with. So I know that that is a feature of his game that he possesses. He likes to get down and meet the ball before it swings. Just likes to get the ball on the up. Just guides that one down behind the slips, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So Simmons, he opens his account with a 4, closes out the first over, 5 runs without loss.
New ball really racing across the outfield, and there we saw Simmons off the outer half of the bat, but very much in control of the shot, picking up a boundary to start his scoring. But this thing about Queen's College and Pickwick, Roshan, it is very notable, the number of Queen's College players who tend to gravitate to Pickwick, gravitate to Foursquare.
Well, Queen's College has always been known for passing on players to the Pickwick club after players complete their stints with the school or BCA youth. They would normally go on to the Pickwick side. It's one that's heavily populated by Queen's College students. I don't know why or how it got started, Wayne, but I can tell you for sure that a lot of these guys would have went to Queen's College. The other opener, Craig Holder, he also was a former student of Queen's College, and now he's come back. He teaches at that school. The skipper also, Rohan Ryan, he was a QC boy. Kyle Hope, he also would have went there. Shea Hope, my apologies. Shea Hope, my
Kyle
apologies.
Hope also, I think. Yes.
I think he
Yes,
did have
Kyle
a
Hope
stint
too.
there at some point, though, you know.
For some time, even if not for his entire school, high school career, he was there.
Yes, not
But
for his entire school life.
Shea Hope though, but Andre Marshall. So like Pickwick, Spartan starting with pace and spin.
Yes, a very interesting strategy by both sides. One that's unheard of in red ball cricket. Not unheard of, but it's not typical. Normally, these sides would allow the fast bowlers to have the new ball and get what they can out of it, and then bring on the spinners. But they've opted to both start with spinners.
I think there's more of a modern phenomenon though, where the spin bowlers bowling the new ball has become more of a norm in these times. I mean, I come from an era when players and persons would scoff at the idea of a spinner bowling the new ball.
Yes, I've heard of it so many times. The older generation, they strongly believe that two pacers should always open the new ball and get as much out of that shine as possible. And then afterwards, you let the spinners have it and do whatever they want with it. But a lot of persons are of the belief that pacers should always start the new ball.
A lot of things have changed over the years though. And I think one of the things that may have led to these situations would have been the introduction of covers to domestic cricket competition.
That is a factor indeed. Not just that, Wayne, but something else I've also noticed is that spinners with a new ball tend to be dangerous because batsmen, they don't typically know how to navigate it well.
Is that say something for the spinners or something against the batsmen?
I think it says a bit of something for both actually, because a lot of opening batsmen particularly don't know whether to come forward or back to that new ball. They don't know whether to play for spin or whether to just play as a medium pacer. We now saw Simmons actually, he looked a bit unsure, not sure whether to come forward or go back. But he survived.
I'm going to close this discussion right now by telling you that I'd love to hear the thoughts of Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Hayes on this issue about even in some cases trundlers for spinners bowling the new ball against them. But the reality is, I'm not taking any position, I'm not disregarding anyone, I'm just saying that is the position. We've seen a lot more the slower spin bowlers are taking up the new ball, and one of the facts and one of the truths about it all is that it has become more prominent since the introduction of covers to local domestic cricket.
Yes, that I can agree with you, Wayne. But Stephon King, he continues his spell. He's bowling to Craig Holder.
Yes, the left-handed holder. Very stoic left-handed batter. And he has grown from strength to strength as a batter, as his career has evolved. Craig Holder, aka Froggy. But he's become now a very important and valuable part of this Pickwick club.
Yes, most definitely. So on the back foot, in and behind that one. But Craig Holder, he's also one that would have been around this Pickwick setup for quite a while. He would have had the opportunity to captain the side a few years back. So he's one that adds a wealth of experience to this side, and he's also very skillful with the bat, knows how to go about scoring his runs.
Still a very young man too, it must be noted, despite being around for a long time. Would have come through the school system, the age group system. So that's why he would seem to have been around a long time, and you would think that he were older.
Washcloth of King just dropping out, so he'll have to go back to his mark and come again.
Yes. I was wondering what it was. For a moment there, I was wondering if he had lost a shoe.
No, not his shoe.
Interestingly, though, with that outswing, the major asset for Stephon King, it will actually be coming back in from outside off to Holder, who is getting this one in a gap. They're going to stay on one. They're going to come back for the second run on the throw from Akil Greenwich. Rearward one it was. Did well to get rid of the ball quickly, but unable to get an accurate return into wicketkeeper Teron Gibson. So Holder picks up a couple.
Yes, Craig Holder, he picked up a couple runs. Yes, Stephon King into his second over, conceding 7 runs already. He reminds me of somebody, Wayne, and I'll tell you after this delivery is bold. Short delivery. Holder just guiding that one out to the point fielder, who does well. No run. But as I was saying, Holder, when you think of small, or not small, because he's a guy who's quite sizable in terms of muscle mass, but when you think of short opening batters, for some reason the legendary Shivnarine Chandapal just comes to mind. And I'm not saying by any means that Holder bats like him, but the legend just came to mind. And Shivnarine Chandapal, he's one who would have achieved so much for the West Indies. He's one who just crossed my mind, man. I'm sure that you would have watched a lot of him.
Left-handed player like Craig Holder, and somewhat a stodgy type of player. I actually used the word stoic to describe Holder earlier, and I think so that description also fits Shivnarine Chandapal.
Yes, most definitely it could fit. One thing that a lot of people never understood is how could one guy so small be so destructive?
It is called dedication, diligence, discipline, stick-to-itness, and one who prepared himself very, very well. A lot of hard work went into this Shivnarine Chandapal. It was a work that took a lot of doing. Nothing happened overnight for him, but he lived to really reap the benefits of all his labors.
Yes, as we see Simmons just punching that one off the back foot, and it runs all the way into the boundary, so he picks up another lovely 4 runs. He just gets a short delivery and just punches it off of the back foot. 4 runs for Simmons.
Gorgeous cricket shot. One of the favorite shots I like to see play, a batsman on the back foot getting on top of the bounce and punching that ball in front of cover. The left hand very prominent, that left elbow very prominent in the shot.
Just using his feet, coming down. Simmons, he's really taken a positive approach since he's came out. We saw him walking out to the fast bowler early on in the innings, and now he's opting to use his feet to the left-handed spinner. So he's just signaling here that he's not going to stay back and let anything hold him down. He's going to look to figure out ways to score, and it's always good to see when an opening batsman possesses this trait. Good delivery there from Andre Marshall, just beating the outside edge of Simmons.
We talk about left-arm slow bowlers, left-arm spinners. We talk about accuracy. We talk about consistency. We talk about tricks of the trade, and you talk about Andre Marshall.
You talk about Andre Marshall, you think of wickets. That's all you think of. He's a prolific wicket taker. He's been one for a number of years now for the Spartan side.
Always probing, always challenging the batsman.
Always. He's very, very skillful in his approach, Wayne. I'm sure he'll be on the hunt here for some wickets today.
Also has a nice variety of deliveries. He's going to spin that ball away from the right-hander. He's going to drift that ball in. He's going to change his pace. He's down the leg side with a quicker delivery. And we're already seeing the skillful work of keeper Teron Gibson.
Yes, when you think of wicket keepers in Barbados, Teron Gibson, he's one to be reckoned with. He's definitely up there. 4 overs completed, 12 for the loss of none.
Big noise he is. as far as the discussions surrounding. I mean, regularly you go around our cricket grounds, you hear the discussion about who are the better keepers in Barbados, and this name Teron Gibson also always comes up.
Yes, he praised himself in his wicket-keeping abilities. He works very, very hard at them. Even up to the break just now, he was doing some catching drills. Stephon King. Short delivery. Horder just pulls that one, but good work there from that fielder. Stops a run.
That's Norville there at mid-wicket. Short delivery. Horder going with the tide. Anywhere to the left or the right of the fielder might have been runs, but Norville moving well to his right and getting a hand to it. He goes.
Full delivery. Horder just very watchful on that one.
There's no great alarms. He's had some 4 overs. We're now into the 5th. No real alarms for this pair, the opening pair for ESA Field Pickwick. Pickwick coming back very well.
Yes, Pickwick.
To restrict Spartan for less than 250.
Yes, they did a tremendous job with the ball. One that showed true effort, true determination. Because after that start from Spartan, a lot of persons would expect Spartan to score a lot bigger total. But Pickwick, they came back with the ball, continued to toil away at the batsmen, and they picked up those prize wickets. Rondre Yearwood, he was the key man for the side. Delivery just short outside the off stump, and Horder has a flash at it, and he nicks it through to that keeper Teron Gibson. So the first wicket falls for the Pickwick side. Greg Horder, he's got behind. Stephon King picks up the wicket. Let's have a look back at it.
And just like you, Rashawn, I think Horder might have been deceived into thinking that that ball was a short delivery. The ball pitching a bit too close for him for the shot that he actually played. We see it again, looking to cut a delivery that was not quite short. I think he was deceived. He got drawn into it by the line of the delivery, and taking that outside edge, and Teron Gibson making it look ever so easy. So a misjudgment on the part of the batter, and I guess you will have to give credit to the bowler for having deceived him.
So Spartan, they pick up their first wicket, 12 for the loss of 1 after 4.4 overs. Craig Horder, he has to go back for just 4 runs. Stephon King picks up the first wicket.
A good delivery though from King, getting that delivery in to that nice fullish area, just in that 6-meter area. And I think drawn into the shot because it offered him his arms, but not quite short enough for the shot. To be looking to go behind a square. I think he would have done well if he had looked to get in behind that delivery and keep it in front of the wicket.
Yes, so that brings new batsman to the crease, Rohan Ryan. The skipper of this side in his 4 innings so far, he's amassed 53 runs, so he's not quite yet fired with the bat, but I'm sure he'll be looking to come here and get a big score for his team today, as long as he sticks in and does what he has to do.
Quiet operator in this Pickwick side, Rohan Ryan, goes about his work almost unnoticed sometimes, but has been a pillar in the Pickwick team, as we see a glorious cover drive.
That one was straight out of the textbook, man. A beautiful shot, just flowingly driven through the covers. Let's have a look back at it. Over pitching there was Stephon King, and Ryan just put his hands through it and kept his head down. Beautiful shot there. That one was straight out of the textbook. Any batsman would look and admire that.
I had a friend of mine when he played that shot. He says people catch planes and fly across the world to see me play that shot.
I'm sure that I would catch a plane to see that shot any day. A beautiful cover drive there from Rohan Ryan to open his account.
Yeah, that was a sweet cricket shot. You know, I've already used the word gorgeous. I've already used the word sumptuous. That was sweet.
That was sweet. It was attractive.
That was like dessert.
Dutiful indeed. Anyhow, over comes to an end. 12 for the loss of 1. Andre Marshall, he returns.
Yes, the tricky Marshall.
16 for the loss of 1, my apologies. Marshall just keeping that ball in front of the batsman.
Keeping a close eye on this Micaiah Simmons. Looks very deliberate, very decisive in his response to the deliveries. Here he is. I think he was guilty of lunging onto the front foot a bit earlier. And Marshall, seeing him, just dropped the line a bit. Ball off the bottom of the bat onto the pad.
Yes, you can just see him trying to get out to that delivery, but he's back on that occasion. Well played.
Again, you see Marshall forcing him back, but that a quicker delivery. Could have found himself a bit late on it. Kept it out.
Played that one very, very late. Well played.
This is beginning to look like a nice battle between Simmons and Marshall. The experienced ears versus the young gun.
Oh. And he gives him. Simmons has to go. What was a miss-stumping turned into a stumping for the Spartan side. That one just beating Simmons all ends up. He chips down using his feet. Keeper drops it, but it rolls onto the stump. So a fortuitous dismissal for Spartan. Simmons, he has to go back to the pavilion. Andre Marshall picks up his wicket.
Well, a lucky let off for wicketkeeper Gibson. As Simmons advancing down the wicket. I did mention to you earlier that Simmons looking to lunge onto the front foot, and Marshall pulling the line back, and then we saw him now actually going harder at the delivery, young Simmons, and left down the track. And as I said, if there was one person reprieved in that dismissal, it was wicketkeeper Gibson, because he muffed the take. He spilled the take to what would have been an easy stumping. Fortunately for him, the ball dropped from his grasp, ricocheted onto the stumps, with Simmons still out of his ground.
I'll tell you what, Wayne, I don't think that anything about that dismissal was by mistake from Andre Marshall. It looked very intentional. We just talked about Simmons. He was trying to get out to the bowler. We saw him chipping down on the ball before, and Marshall, he just dragged him out of the crease, beating him all ends up, turning past the outside edge and picking up that prize wicket of Micaiah Simmons. So Pickwick, they find themselves in a spot of bother here. 16 for the loss of 2. 2 new batsmen to the crease.
So there's a line that says, I hate to tell you I told you so, but I did mention the tricky ears Marshall operating against this young buck in Micaiah Simmons.
Yes, he just deceived him all ends up, and it just goes to show the value of experience. But new batsman to the crease, the experienced Kyle Hope. Delivery keeps low, loud appeal from the Spartan side. No response from the umpires yet. They seem to be convinced, but umpire turns it down. So batsman lives to see another day.
I wish we had the camera work to see it, Rashawn. Immediately as that appeal went up, umpire Jones looked to his partner, Tremaine Prescott, at point. And Prescott also immediately signaled with the index finger down, saying that the ball actually dropped before it got to the keeper, even if it did strike the bat, because it did go very low through to Gibson. And yes, we see the ball actually picked up on the volley by Teron Gibson. And again, excellent teamwork by the umpire, the pair of umpires.
Yes, excellent teamwork from the umpires indeed. We just saw in the replay that one was indeed not out. So a superb call there from umpire. As you told me last match, Wayne,
well,
the
yes,
umpires are always right.
Not only that, but that for true. I mean, truly, that was teamwork on the part of the pair of umpires. Immediately as the ball was taken by the keeper, with the doubt about whether it had carried or not, Jones's first reaction was to look towards his partner at point, who would have had a much clearer view of what happened. And Prescott, again, in tune with what was happening, actually indicated that the ball had landed before it got into the gloves of Gibson. Beautiful work.
Beautiful teamwork indeed, and it just goes to show the value of having two good umpires out in the middle who can communicate and make good decisions. So, Ryan, he lives to see another day. King comes in.
King's rampant looking Stephon King. Again, probing away. Looking to keep these batters under pressure. Not offering any width. Looking to get that ball in those good areas again. Looking at the typical top of off bowler, as we refer to it. That length that challenges the top of the off stump.
Back of the length delivery. Well, not back of the length, but a good delivery there from King on a hard length. Ryan just in and behind it.
Would have played with a number of really outstanding bowlers, Rashawn, over the years, and you know, in discussion, you hear bowlers tell you about every pitch has its own length. So there's top of off on one pitch is not the same length as top of off on another, you know, and one of the
that one just flicked off the legs into the leg side, and it runs into the boundary. So a attractive flick shot. Ryan picks up 4 more.
Getting a bit greedy there as Stephon King, looking to go for gold, looking to get into the toes of Rohan Ryan, but getting it slightly off the target and flicked away quite proficiently by Ryan to bring himself some relief. He closes out the over with Pickwick 20 for 2. But yes, as I mentioned, the really good bowlers, you know, assess conditions, assess the pitch on which, the surface on which they are playing, and immediately know how to adapt their games to it. So this is good bowling that I am witnessing here from Stephon King, actually.
This is good bowling indeed, Wayne, and we're now approaching the hour of 5 o'clock. And I'll tell you what, the next half hour will be very, very crucial for both of these sides.
So you and Andy Payne will have the pleasure of describing for our viewers that next half hour as I make my exit once again.
I thank you very much. Andrea Marshall, he continues his good spell, having already picked up that wicket of Micaiah Simmons last over. Starts with a good delivery. Another good delivery. Good deliveries just piling together here from Andre Marshall. With that, I welcome Andy Payne back to the commentary area. Andy, it's good to have you back. What has your assessment been of the cricket so far?
I always thought it's going to be interested final 15 overs here, Rashawn. As thanks for the welcome back. But yeah, delivery again from Marshall, just worked into the onside there by the elegant Ivan Grant, just showing the wrist really on that occasion. Sorry, it looks like Kyle Hope just working the wrist on that one and playing it through mid-wicket for a boundary. But yes, I thought it was going to be an interesting period, especially that man, Andrea Marshall. Once you put the ball in his hand, he will ask lots of questions, as you've seen so far, Rashawn.
Yes, most definitely Andrea Marshall. He's been very disciplined in his bowling approach so far. Kyle Hope, he's new to the crease, so this is also a matchup that I'm very keen on seeing. Left-handed bowler versus right-handed batsman. That one just struck out to that mid-on fielder. And as I was beginning to tell Wayne just now, Andy, this next half hour of play is going to be very, very crucial for this Pickwick side, because we know it's never easy having a bat in the evening session. That delivery just driven beautifully into the boundary for 4 runs. Just pierces the gap. Shot, as Andy Payne said.
Yeah, Lovely shot there by Kyle Hope, coming on the front foot and caressing that one, just treading the cover and the extra cover region. And once they got through them, you know, like we continue to say for the duration of the day's play, its boundary once it gets through the inner field. So excellent shot by Kyle Hope. And like you said, it'll be an interesting period. But I think these are two of the more equipped players to handle such a situation. Captain Rohan Ryan and the ever so experienced Kyle Hope.
Yeah, so Andre Marshall comes back with a delivery angle down the leg side. We see him just implementing a bit of variation, and it's something that I was talking about with Wayne. He too possesses that ability to vary his pace. We saw him flighting some deliveries, deceived young Micaiah Simmons, just a flighted one, drawing him out of his wicket, and he just caused him to check down the wicket and destroyed him, as some people would say.
Yeah, left home without bus fear. But yes, Andre Marshall, he's that type of woolly bowler. He just got the variations, he's got the experience, he's got the patience. More importantly, he knows how to work a batter out. He just really works for his wickets, and he always plans those modes of dismissal, which is a very good trait to have. And he's continue season after season to be very, very productive.
Yes, he has been very, very good. So as to this man on screen, Stefan King, he's been fantastic picking up that wicket of Craig Holder. So both opening batsmen have been dismissed. Starts his over with a length delivery.
It's like I said, two very solid batters in the middle here now in Captain Rohan Ryan and Kyle Hope. Kyle Hope, like you said, has that history of having scored over 1,000 runs in one domestic season, and he went on to play for the Barbados side, as he did for the Trinidad Red Force. And here he is back at home playing straight for his home team, Pickwick. And coming this season, I'm sure he will want to really help this team, Pickwick team, in the batting department to get some big scores.
Yes, I'm sure he'll want to come and display his experience here in this evening session. Pickwick, they'll not want to lose any more wickets, because the worst thing that a side can do is lose wickets in the evening and expose batsmen at this time. A wicket that's been played on all day. Batsmen are tired, so they'll want to get through this evening session without losing any further wickets.
It's a bit of a naughty drive there from Rohan Ryan, the captain. Delivery just hanging that one outside the off stump on around that fifth stump, and going for an expansive drive and through to the keeper. But it just reminded that this round of matches, Rashawn, will be played over this 2-day period, today and tomorrow, and then next Saturday being the final day of play. So we are back here again tomorrow.
Yes, we're back here again tomorrow for another long but enjoyable day. It's always good to be beside yourself and Wayne, as we see a beautiful shot just driving that one through the covers, and it races into the boundary. Kyle Hope just showing his sheer elegance and class. Hold the pose.
Says Rohan Ryan on this occasion, just coming onto the front foot and essaying a fantastic drive, timing, well poised, in position as well. That's a textbook shot, Rashawn.
Textbook shot indeed from Rohan Ryan. He has looked good since he's came in. That's his second time driving the ball through the covers for 4. He is in good stead.
Yeah, King just over pitching, getting a bit closer to the batter on this occasion. One who you can see, he fancies that front foot drive, and he did not disappoint.
On front foot again, but this time he's blocking.
And we just continue to speak about the nature of the pitch, especially with this, the newer, harder ball. And you see the flowing shots that the batsmen continue to play. We saw it earlier today in the likes of Captain Akeem Springer and Achilles Brown. They were playing similar flowing drives as the ball was new and hard. And as you saw that period of play when the ball got a bit softer, when the ball started to spin, that's when it kind of created a few problems for the batters. Oh, pleasant drive again, this time to a fielder. But you hear the timing on that one, that sweet song off the middle of the bat.
That is what you call a shot for dot. A good looking shot, but he got no runs from it. Bringing the 9th over to a close, 32 for the loss of 2. ESAF Pickwick still trailing by some 201 runs. Stefan King, he's completed 5 overs, for 19 runs, picking up that 1 wicket.
Yeah, pick up the 1 wicket that of the left-handed Craig Holder. But here he is, his captain, Rohan Ryan, looks in excellent form, excellent shape. You've seen him timing the ball expertly, albeit that time couldn't pierce the field as he did in the previous delivery. But he looks like a man who is really in good form, and he will want to carry on for his team, close out today and come back tomorrow.
I'm sure that will be the plan, but Spartan, their plans will differ as Andre Marshall, he continues to hunt for more wickets, having already picked up that wicket of young Micaiah Simmons. Just on the front foot, punching that one out to that fielder.
Yeah, and hope he will look assured as he is against this slow stuff. He's just such an equipped player against slow bowling.
That one just angled into the body and turned off the legs. Wicketkeeper give chase, but they'll get back for 2 runs. So Kyle Hope, he picks up another 2 runs, taking his total up to 10 runs.
You can see how assured he is here, Rashawn, just being on the front foot and looking very much in control. And you see the transfer of weight on the back foot, on the delivery angle into the leg stump, and just working it past the vacant square leg position where the wicketkeeper Tyrone Gibson give chase. Couldn't prevent 2, nevertheless, but he just looks so balanced at the crease, Kyle Hope.
Yes, you talked about that balance, and you can really see the difference between Kyle Hope, an experienced campaigner, and the youthful Micaiah Simmons, who was dismissed a few overs ago. Kyle Hope, he just looked so confident and positive in his approach, as opposed to Simmons, who just looked a bit indecisive when batting towards Andre Marshall. He wasn't sure whether to get out or whether to stay back, and in the end, that was his demise, falling to a stumping. But Kyle Hope, he's a completely different story, just playing it and just looking easy on the eye.
And that's the word that you use, that indecisiveness. And one of the main things against the slow bowlers here is to be precise about what you want to do, what to get forward on the front foot. As you see him on that occasion coming forward and effortlessly hitting that one back over the bowler's head and over the side screen for 4. So you can see how assured he is about his footwork. He's not guessing there whatsoever. He's on the front foot with assurance, and similarly on the back foot, you can see that balance. So this is a real positive batter, albeit in defense or in attack.
A shot of authority there from Kyle Hope, just stepping into that one, extending his hands and driving it back over the bowler's head, picking up 4 runs. And as you said, they're attacking, albeit in defense. They're looking to get through this evening session, but they're not letting that hold them back. 9 overs come to an end, 36 for the loss of 2.
Yes, like I said, just that assurance of Kyle Hope. He just looks so a breath of fresh air to the crease, if you want to call it that, to the slow bowlers, as opposed to someone like you said, Simmons, and before he was dismissed. He's just such a presence at the crease, Kyle Hope. And Captain Rohan Ryan look equally as good against the faster man and Stephon King, who's now giving way. So it seems it looks like Neil Posford, the off spinner, he's going to pick up the attack from the southern end. But both players look really, really nice and in tune.
Yes, both players just coming here and showing their experience. Just trying to rebuild this innings for the Pickwick side after losing those 2 early wickets of Craig Holder and Micaiah Simmons. That opening partnership being dismissed without any real impact. So these 2 batsmen will be looking to come and rebuild, get through this evening session, and hopefully look to carry it into tomorrow. But as you mentioned, Andy, new bowler comes into the attack. That looks to be Prasad. Early decision to bring Prasad into the attack, similar to the Pickwick side. They've brought their leading wicket taker for the season so far into the attack, having already picked up 9 wickets in his 3 innings. Neil Prasad, he's been very effective with the ball. So Spartan, they go to him early this innings. He'll look to make something happen, as he normally does.
Yeah, and he's a wicket taker as well. Like you said, he's the leading bowler really for them. He had a fantastic season last year in the Division 1, and here he is now coming into Queen's Park in this elite season, and he will want to really showcase his medal in what's the higher level, and obviously you'll see how he goes about this spell this evening as his team is in a good position. No pressure.
Yes, team is in a good position. Spartan right now, you could say they're in the ascendancy, having picked up 2 quick wickets.
Shot.
That looked to be a painful blow for Akil Greenwich, just being struck from a sweep shot from Rohan Ryan. Good string of deliveries here from Prasad. Just keeping the batsman quiet right now. That one just driven, and he takes a sharp catch. Ryan has to go. What a stunner that was. A full toss, just struck firmly to that extra cover fielder, and Rohan Ryan has to go. A superb catch there from Stefan King. Let's watch it back. Full delivery, just driven firmly, and he dives sharply to his right, taking the catch. Not even the camera was quick enough to get it. Beautiful stuff from the Spartan side. Pickwick continue to crumble.
Yeah, excellent catch from Stefan King. Like you said, some good hands. One struck this time, not being able to keep it down is Rohan Ryan, and Stefan King came into the play and taking a fantastic catch, really to the demise of the ESAF Pickwick captain Rohan Ryan, who was driving the ball sweetly, but on this occasion couldn't keep it down, and Stefan King making up a fantastic catch. So the off spinner, Prasad, come into the attack, and immediately he's gained some success, dismissing the wicket of captain Rohan Ryan. He's gone for 12. So further trouble for this ESAF Pickwick side, as the Spartan spinners are really coming into it right now.
Once again, the captain's decision proves to be correct. Captain opting to go to his wicket taker, and he immediately takes that prize wicket of Rohan Ryan, who looks disappointed walking back into the pavilion. But sad, he continues his good form, taking his wicket tally up to 10. New batsman to the crease, however. That looks to be Antonio Morris. Oh, loud appeal. Quick hands from wicketkeeper Gibson, but umpire says no. Another over comes to an end. A superb over. A rewarding one. 32 for the loss of 2 after 9.
Well, it's really 3 wickets to the good of the Spartan side, as Prasad, the off spinner, comes into the attack and gain immediate success. He's missing the captain, Rohan Ryan. He's had to make his way back into the middle, into the hut after that wicket. But I can tell you, some excellent hands there by young Tyrone Gibson, one of the better glove men around. Young Tyrone Gibson. I mean, lots of people are calling for him. You can continue to see the effect of some good glove men in the elite division. We've seen quite a few so far now, Rashawn.
Yes, it's something that we've definitely seen and we've continued to talk about. Newest is Tyrone Gibson. He's one who has made a name for himself as one of the top glove men in the island. He just has very fast hands and he's very agile in his skipping. So he is one that you can look out for. Delivery just struck down to that long off fielder. They'll pick up a single.
Yes, and Kyle Hope just continues to look at ease, really. Just stroking this ball elegantly. See him again on the front foot to Andrea Marshall. Just playing with such composure. He just looks so easy.
Yes, composure indeed, Kyle Hope. He's one who we know possesses the ability to bat, has a knack for scoring runs. He's done it time and time again, so I'm sure he'll be looking to get this evening session for this Pickwick side. But new batsman to the crease is Antonio Morris, former West Indies on 19 player.
It's also another elegant player for this ESAF Pickwick team. One who really many thought was hampered by COVID, that COVID period. That's when he was really coming into his own, coming back from West Indies on the 19 as 10th. And he just kind of lost it in between. They haven't yet reclaimed that form that we know that he's capable of. But like I said, still a very much elegant player.
Andre Marshall, he continues his good spell of bowling. Loud appeal. Umpire says not out. Good delivery there from Andre Marshall, just consistently asking the batsmen questions. And it's the first time we've seen a ball beat Kyle Hope.
Yeah, but just trying to get out on that front foot as that ball looked like it was coming back in with the arm. Kyle Hope, as you see him again coming on the front foot, this time using full bat and stroking it up to long off another single.
Yes, that will bring Antonio Morris into strike. Andre Marshall, though, he completes another good over. Good spell of bowling indeed as we make a switch over to windward, where they face up against Wanderers.
Yeah, they're 308 for 7. Maxwell Lewis, he's on 17, and Chad Williams, a new name coming back into the team. Chad Williams back into this windward team, and he's there just coming into bat as they lost another wicket. The windward side, I think there's a centurion in that innings.
Yes, there was a centurion in Jaden Roberts. He scored a magnificent 108 from 71 deliveries, over a runner ball, 11 fours and 5 sixes. Jaden Roberts, well played today. He was also supported though by the likes of young Micah Greenwich, who scored 70 runs, and Jordan Reefer, who has been consistent all season, who picked up 58 from 78 deliveries. So a good all-round batting performance from this windward side.
Yeah, they look a good side. The batting is strong, as I said.
That's a loud appeal once again. Umpire says not out. This Spartan side just up and has their tail wagging now. They're in this game hunting for wickets.
Yeah, good period really to bowl late into the evening. Put the batters under pressure. Still haven't seen Shem Holder pick up a ball as yet. He went to Neil Passard before Holder, the Barbados Pride off spinner, and he gained success immediately. So you can look for a diet of slow bowling from this Spartan team.
Spin has seemed to be the way, Andy. We saw the Pickwick side resorting to their spinners. Full delivery. Yes, but we saw the Pickwick side resorting to their spinners after their pace bowler. He was punished early on today, going for some 40. Was it 48 runs?
He went for some 48 runs.
42 runs, my apologies, in his 4 overs. Being hit for a number of fours, and then the spinners, they came back to do the rebuild, picking up those wickets for the Pickwick side. And now Spartan, they've opened the bowling with their pacer, who picked up 1 wicket, but they immediately resorted to the spinners of Prasad and Marshall. Another tight delivery.
Solid defense. There is Hope.
Chips down the wicket, and that one goes straight back past the bowler like a bullet train, and it runs into the boundary. Kyle Hope continues his authoritative batting, picking up another 4 runs.
Look at how nimble he is on his feet. Just as that one is flighted, and you can see him just dancing down the pitch and getting to the pitch of that one on the full and playing an excellent shot is Kyle Hope. You can tell a very attractive player, one who's played at the highest level for the West Indies and just showing this dominance really against the slow stuff.
With the way he's batting, Andy, you would not think that he's playing the same game as everyone else on his side. He's just looking confident, just hitting the ball to all parts of this ground. What a player he is in Kyle Hope.
Yes, I can tell you he's very, very comfortable against this slow stuff, Kyle Hope. See how he just used his feet to those deliveries and get into the pitch and playing them back past the bowler and picking out another boundary. So it's Marshall who's continuing here. You can see him just trying to get another man in an attacking position for Antonio Morris. Seems like the deep mid wicket in holder. He's run all the way from deep mid wicket. Seems to be coming into a second slip position. So he's picked up position at first slip. Captain Sprayer, he's going more of a second slip. As this delivery is driven, should get home for a quick single as Ben can't pick up cleanly. So he gets away is Antonio Morris, and it brings a more assured batter in Kyle Hope. He's on 20 off 23 into strike.
Yes, Kyle Hope really taking a liking to this Spartan bowling so far. Anything too full of a length, he's just happily hit back over the bowlers into the boundary for 4 runs. And even if it's not too full of a length, he's used his feet and danced down to the deliveries, hitting it back over. He looks comfortable. Nothing has troubled him so far. On the back foot, cutting that one straight to that point fielder, Achilles Brown.
Again, just using the depth of the crease is Hope. He's playing that one past the man at short leg, no single in place though. As again, the alertness of the keeper, Teron Gibson, just getting around very quickly to prevent any chance of a single.
That delivery outside the line of the off stump. Batsman not tempted to play at it.
Yeah, just playing a bit of a shadow shot after the fat.
Another over comes to an end. Tidy over from Andre Marshall.
Yeah, just saw the tactics really of the ESAF, the Fusion Boutique Spartan side as it came into that final over. You can see Andre Marshall asking all the fielders to get a bit tighter to prevent the single. I'm sure they want to get as many deliveries as they can into Antonio Morris, the new batter. Remember, we started this innings, needed some 15 overs. Rashawn, I think that's 14 completed, if my memory, if it's correct. So 14 completed, and this is what could be the final over of the day, as players met to finish at 5:30 as well, and it seems like we're just some 4 minutes out.
Yes, we're very close to that closing time. The shadows are starting to settle over the field, so I'm sure that the umpires will be taking this into account. As Neil Prasad, he comes back for another over. He'll be wanting to pick up another wicket before he goes in. Starts with a good delivery. Full delivery, and that's when it just pumped back over the bowler's head. One bounce into the boundary for 4. So Morris, it goes all the way for 6. So that one just landing over the boundary rope. So Morris, he steps into that one. Full delivery. Just keeping his head down, hitting it back over the bowler's head, picking up his first 6.
Yes, no matter what time of day it is, delivery put in your area, and the long off and long on the end is the station that mid off and mid on, and getting the pitch of that one and deliberately playing it over the top really was Antonio Morris on that occasion to pick up a 6 and moves his tally up to 8. That barreled up to 50 as well for the ESA field Pickwick, 52 for 3, and it's like you said, we're into the 15th over of the innings, but an excellent shot by young Antonio Morris.
bit indecisive there. So good comeback delivery from Passad.
Yeah, it's got a bit flatter on that occasion after being struck for the 6.
That one just driven firmly through the offside, and it goes into the boundary for another 4. So Morris, he continues his assault on Passad, picking up another 4. That one, an exquisite cover drive.
Yeah, delivery outside the off stump with given and through his arms through that one, really. I'm sure the off spinner wouldn't be too perturbed about that one, though. Remember, we said we're into what could be the final over of today's play. And the delivery outside the off stump, and Morris again just makes sure he scored on that occasion, one in his scoring arc. And he threw his hands through it, like he said, and getting that one past cover area where Shim Holder is and picking up another boundary.
Comes back with a tight delivery, just pulling his line back a bit, pulling his length back a bit, sorry. But another over comes to an end. 15 overs completed, 56 for the loss of 3, and the umpires look to be making their way off along with the players. So Andy, we've completed the first day of play here at Queen's Park, where Spartan and Pickwick have gone head to head in a battle which one could say was dominated by the Spartan side today.
Yeah, I think Spartan will think they got the better of the spoils in this encounter after they won. Winning the toss and let it to bat. So the Fusionz Boutique Spartan, the home side, putting in a good total, I'd say, at the back end of the day. Some 56 for 3 and picking up 3 wickets in the late part of the afternoon. So they would think that they've done the better of today's play. They would think they had the better of the spoils. The home side. But Pickwick fighting back here. We've seen some very attractive shots from the 2 not-out batters. Antonio Morris, he's on 12, and Kyle Hope, he's on 20. 2 very good-looking players. I'm sure you will want to run through the scorecard of how things have gone throughout the day.
Yes, we can have a look through the scorecard. So winning the toss and electing to bat, Fusionz Boutique Spartan, they would have been bowled out for 233, led by a half century by skipper Akeem Springer, who scored 63 from 84 deliveries at the top. He was ably accompanied by Achilles Brown, who also put on 44 from 40 deliveries. Akil Greenwich, he contributed with 24. Teron Gibson, he had a bit of a score with 13. Maradon Ben being dismissed for 32. Jaden Norville, and he had a late flurry at the end with 29 runs, but it was the resilience of the bowlers for the Pickwick side. Rondre Yearwood picking up 4 wickets, adding to his tally. He picked up 4 for 81 in his 25 overs consecutively, a marathon spell bowled by him. Preston Clark, he picked up that 1 wicket, but it was a superb spell overall. And Zondre Baptiste came in at the end, picking up those 3 wickets, along with Rashid Edwin, who picked up 2 valuable wickets. And I'll let you run through how things went in the evening session with this Pickwick side, who came out and had a bat in return.
Yeah, it was a good start for the Spartan side. You saw the opening bowlers in Andre Marshall and Stephon King. King picking up the first dismissal of opening batsman Craig Holder. He went caught by Teron Gibson for 4. Excellent delivery there from Stephon Holder. A fantastic catch by the keeper, like you said, is a fantastic gloveman. And then you saw the Mackay Simmons, the other opening batsman, being outforced by the veteran and Andre Marshall, bringing him down this pitch and leaving him down there. And it was Gibson again doing the excellent work. Pick up another dismissal. So good glove work by Gibson, as we continue to see. And then there came that change in bowling from the southern end when the captain Springer asked the off spinner and Neil Passard to come into the attack. And as he was introduced, he made early inroads to pick up an early wicket, that of Captain Rohan Ran. An excellent catch at cover by Stephon King. So to the good of 3 wickets for the Spartan side, was really put the pressure on the Pickwick side going into the back end of the day. But you saw Kyle Hope, the veteran, a very good player. He showed how astute he is in the middle against the slow bowling stuff, and himself and Antonio Morris seeing it through at the close.
Yeah, so all in all, Andy, I would say that it was a battle which was fought in sessions. We saw the first session being dominated by that Spartan side, scoring freely, picking up lots of boundaries. The second session was dominated by Pickwick, who came back, took a bunch of wickets. In Rondre Yearwood, he picked up a lot of wickets, along with Rashid Edwin, who picked up 2 wickets. And the evening session, we could say, was dominated by the Spartan side with the ball, picking up 3 wickets. Pickwick just scoring 56 runs. So all in all, it's been a fierce competition all day, one which will continue tomorrow, as we're back here tomorrow at Queen's Park on Sunday. So at 12 o'clock we are back here tomorrow, but an evenly poised battle, Andy. Speaking of wickets falling though, we see Bayview Hospital YMPC trailing by 184 runs, they say, at 29 for 3. So they too find themselves losing 3 wickets. Najee Bishop, he's at the crease, along with Ronaldo Kalman.
Yeah, it looks like the import from Bermuda, Leverott. He's done the bulk of the wicket taking. He's picked up 2 of these 3 wickets, 2 for 16, and he looks to put his new side, the Wildy team, in a good position, as their too should be looking to close out the first day. But if you come back at home, like you said, the spoils of today going to the home side. The Fusion Boutique Spartan.
Yes, most definitely. The Fusionz Boutique Spartan side had a good day, all in all. They'd like to continue tomorrow and continue their good form with the ball, potentially bowling out this Pickwick attack. I'm sure that will be one of their goals. Pickwick, on the other hand, they'll be looking to bat and put on a good score, try to get up to that first innings lead. So both teams have a job to do, which I'm sure they'll go home, plan, and come back here tomorrow at 12 o'clock sharp to continue this battle between ESAF Pickwick and Fusionz Boutique Spartan.
Yeah, on screen you can see that Wildy did made 213, and you can see Bayview Hospital YMPC, they're on 30 for 3. So Rashawn Hackett, another good day's play from here in Queen's Park. The home side, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan, they won the toss, they were elected to bat, and they got up to a promising total, and there he is now having the visitors, the ESAF Pickwick. They find themselves at 56 for 3, still trailing. Still trailing this Spartan total. I'm just going to get all the scorecards right for you, by 177 runs and stops on day 1.
Yeah, so we now shift our attention over to this game here, Andy, between YMPC and Wildy. A fiercely contested battle. YMPC say at 33 for the loss of 3 in 5 overs. Desmond Currency, that left-arm spinner, picking up 1 wicket so far, and Kamal Leverott picking up 2 wickets from the other end. They'll be looking to close out on a strong note, both sides. YMPC, they'll not be wanting to lose any more wickets, and Wildy will be on the prowl for as many wickets as they can possibly get in this evening session.
So yes, Rashawn, as you see the sun continue to lengthen, like you said, and the shadows are there now, and the players are just in the middle, just having their team meetings, really. As Spartan, like we rightfully said, they'll be happier, the 2 camps, really, as we're looking straight into their team meeting led by Coach Dave Yama Marshall, They'll be very happy in today's exploits. They hope that they would have wanted to carry on to get a larger score after that impressive start. It didn't happen, but at the end they've come back and to pick up some 3 wickets at the close of play. I'm sure they're the happier of the two.
Yes, Andy, you couldn't have summed it up any better. So we'll see you back here tomorrow, you referring to the viewers, at 12 o'clock sharp for some more competition between this ESAF Pickwick and Fusionz Boutique Spartan. With that, I say good evening to you, Andy, and I say good evening to the viewers. See you guys tomorrow.